This man is using a smart tool to trim his cat's nails. The tool reveals something important in the cat's claws, tiny blood vessels called the quick. Normally, it's hard to see them with regular clippers, and they could be cut by mistake. But thanks to this tool, it's now easy for him to spot these areas and trim safely. This man is using a smart tool to trim his cat's nails. The tool reveals something important in the cat's claws, tiny blood vessels called the quick. Normally, it's hard to see them with regular clippers, and they could be cut by mistake. But thanks to this tool, it's now easy for him to spot these areas and trim safely. This man is using a smart tool to trim his cat's nails. The tool reveals something important in the cat's claws, tiny blood vessels called the quick. Normally, it's hard to see them with regular clippers, and they could be cut by mistake. But thanks to this tool, it's now easy for him to spot these areas and trim safely. This man is using a smart tool to trim his cat's nails. The tool reveals something important in the cat's claws, tiny blood vessels called the quick. Normally, it's hard to see them with regular clippers, and they could be cut by mistake. But thanks to this tool, it's now easy for him to spot these areas and trim safely. This man is using a smart tool to trim his cat's nails. The tool reveals something important in the cat's claws, tiny blood vessels called the quick. Normally, it's hard to see them with regular clippers, and they could be cut by mistake. But thanks to this tool, it's now easy for him to spot these areas and trim safely. This man is using a smart tool to trim his cat's nails. The tool reveals something important in the cat's claws, tiny blood vessels called the quick.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hands up, everybody, hands up from the 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hands up, everybody, hands up from the 10, 9.
Fuck the Islamic Republic of Iran, but do we really need another king? Sure, if the guy does a good job. Gives a shit. Call it whatever you want. I just don't want to build nukes. Jesus. Their country's literally dying. Said dry. He said drying. Well, good for him, man. So we got even more of this here. Compatriots taking the streets in your own hands. Iranian people rise up. And this is obviously Israel wants them to rise up too. I think it would be beneficial for Israel very clearly. I mean, obviously it would be. What is this here? Chanting long live the Shah on Iranian streets never happened for decades. People were scared. Now they're not. Wow. Holy shit. Jesus. So it looks like night falls on Iran. People are in the streets. Nobody's scared anymore. Well, this is generally how like authoritarian military regimes fall. Now, I thought this was going to happen maybe 6 months ago. I think very clearly like they are circling the drain. Like it's not a matter of if, but when. Is this when? I don't know if this is going to be when or not. But it sure looks pretty bad for him. How much dissent do you think is being propped up by foreign intelligence? I've never met somebody in Iran who supported the government. I'll just say that. I've never met a single chatter, a viewer, anybody whenever I was covering the Iran war. Every single one of them hated the government. I think that's something that's worth considering. iDubbbz? I said from Iran, not from Connecticut. I'm sure there's plenty of white people from Connecticut that think the Ayatollah is amazing. But I'm talking about real, actual Iranians. Entire Iranians have shut down the market's bizarre, non-productive regime, calling the Shah to return. Yeah, I wonder why. Holy shit. You have to also keep in mind that, like, this is... Doing this in Iran is like... this isn't like the No Kings protest here in the United States. Every single person that's on that street is putting their life on the line. They're doing that because they have an oppressive, fundamentalist, religious, psycho, military dictatorship, basically, or regime. I think that's better to say. Like, these people are genuine patriots for their country. They deserve as much respect and support as you can possibly give them. You have so many fans in Iran, and Iranians think your base is fuck? Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, everybody can see the videos. We can see the way it used to be over there. And, I mean, the truth is that, like, Iran is like a massive destabilizing force in the Middle East. It seems like the majority of these other terrorist organizations, whether it's Hezbollah or Hamas, are being funded indirectly by Iran. So if you can control and stop Iran and make sure that Iran isn't supporting those people, you can also indirectly stop the terrorist organizations. And then also from the other direction, from stopping the pipeline, Iran is sometimes being funded and helped by Russia or by China. So you remove Russian and China influence if you can make sure that Iran is an ally to America. I want to trade with Iran. I think this is a good thing. I think we should try to make sure as soon as this is over, we should be helping Iran. I'm fine even sending them money after this because I want to make sure that this country isn't destabilized. I want to make sure that, like, basically, because you got to keep in mind, like, so inside of Islam, I mean, Islam is the same as Christianity, which is the same as everything else. There are groups of people that disagree with each other, right? Iran has a different Muslim sect than, let's say, Saudi Arabia does. Saudi Arabia is Sunni Muslims, and Iran is Shia Muslims. The majority of Muslims, my understanding, are Sunni, and Shia is like a minority group. And so, basically, I mean, if you can get these people to just kind of at least not bomb each other and not destabilize the region, this will save us. I'm not even kidding you. This will save American taxpayers and everything, because you also have to look at the geography too. You look at, let me see here, world map. And where is it? Block. Where is it here? If I show you right here, you can see that Iran actually has, there is a ton of water here that Iran is involved with. And so they have a massive waterfront right there. So if we can help them and be able to work with these people, yeah, hundreds of billions, yeah, like hundreds of miles, I'm assuming, right? I don't know if it's that big, but like it's a lot of waterfront. And so that's it. Zoom, yeah, the big picture. Let me see if I can show you. Maps of the world, okay. Where is that? Yeah. Can I click on this? Oh, okay, let me, can I, Iran map, okay. Well, I guess you can see it right here. So you can see right here, this is the place that they were trying to block out as well. And so you can see very clearly, this is Tehran, this is their capital right here. And go to Google Maps. Well, I can just show you this, right? I mean, I guess maybe it's a better map. I don't know if I can find a better one. Sorry, it's like I didn't expect that a map would be annoying for me to find. But it seems like there is a little bit of it. So it's great waterfront property? Well, it unironically is. I mean, you're totally right. Let me see. Can I go back? Yeah. Yeah, here it is. So if you click at this, you can see all this waterfront, right? And like, so there's the UAE right there, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait. So if you're able to make this region right here, look how big this region is. If you are able to make this region not a PvP server, think about how much less money we have to spend worrying about people getting blown up. This is a massive benefit for America if we can make sure that this place isn't a shithole. Like, we will be saving hundreds, probably collectively over like the next decades of this happening, hundreds of billions of dollars, at least tens of billions of dollars doing this. And there's also, you have to keep in mind, it's not just us saving the money, it's Saudi Arabia saving the money. China generally trades with them, so it's probably not that big of a deal for them. But there are all of these other countries that are also trading back and forth here. Well, those costs get ultimately put on the consumer. Or stay the fuck out of the Middle East. I feel like it's easy to say that, but when, and this is the problem, like, I would agree with you about staying the fuck out of the Middle East, but I don't think that that's feasible to completely do. And also, I don't even agree, like, so this is another big thing, is that unless Iran poses a direct military threat to America, I don't think that we should do anything militarily to stop them. Like, we shouldn't go and, like, blow up the Ayatollah. We shouldn't go and destroy, like, this has to be something that their people do. I don't agree that we should go and solve this problem for them. They need to solve this problem for themselves. Because if we solve it for them, we're going to have the same problem that we had in 1979. The guy that we put in 1953 got kicked out then. They have to make the decision for themselves. They have to figure out their own self-governance, right? I mean, that's what America is all about, absolutely. So, it's that's my opinion on it. That's what I think they should do. So does the South, including Texas, still have plentiful oil reserves available? We have a lot of oil reserves, but as far as I know, there's other things that we get from Iran. I don't know every trade export from Iran. I'm sorry. But my point is very clearly, can you see how strategically advantageous Iran is? Iran should be probably like a top 20 GDP country in the world. With how close they are to these other places, they should be a top 20 GDP country in the world. They are incredibly well educated. They used to be incredibly well educated. You know, this is a very big country. It's a nice place. Like, there's no reason it should be a shithole. It's the same as Venezuela. Venezuela used to be the 4th richest country in the world. Now it's a shithole. Guy got kicked out in 1953. Line's over. His Pahlavi family lives off in the largest of Israelis support him. Money. Raza Pahlavi is such an incompetent, corrupt moron. Even the most hardline Shah loyalists do not support him. I don't know about that. I mean, I hear, like, I've seen the polls, and the polls don't show what you're saying. But, I mean, again, like, if you have unique insight because you know people there or you live there, then, I mean, obviously, you know, I don't have that. But what I do have is what I've seen. Shah's corrupt. Well, it's not about The thing is, the Shah is not the point. The point is the people deserve the ability to govern themselves and to be able to determine their own fate, rather than have it be determined by a fundamentalist, militaristic, psychotic religious organization. That's the main thing that has to happen. I don't give a shit about who's doing it. It's their decision on who's doing it, not ours. But it's pretty clear that they're not picking these guys. Look at this here. I would say what this reminds me of, but apparently nothing happened in 1989. Nothing happened. It's crazy. Nothing at all. Yeah, I forgot. So Tehran's state in a state of emergency. Yeah, here we go. I'm joined me. Holy shit. Oh my god. With all due respect, why are you okay with so much money potentially going there, but not Israel? Because I think that the amount of money, like, Israel is already on our side. It's not destabilized. It's not trying to blow us up. Well, except for the USS Liberty. But besides that, they're not really trying to blow us up. It's an investment. I view investing in Iran, making sure that they're able to have a good transition and not be taken over by another militaristic group, as a long-term investment in ensuring free and good trade in that area. That's the reason why. We've already locked down Israel. We've already given them billions of dollars. We don't need to wait. Yeah, maybe we should give it to somebody else. Al Azman. No, it makes perfect sense. You're diversifying your investments. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, everybody should do that. Israel will help Iran. Well, yeah. You want to fight through wars? No, you didn't listen to what I said. You're not listening to what I'm saying. I've seen enough. More money to Israel. 10 million more to Israel. There's another one right there. And I'll see if there's a video about this. I don't know if it's any good or not, but I'll pull it up and at least watch part of it, okay? And apparently this has been... it seems like this has been building up to like a fever pitch. Look at all this. For Iran without a Shah, without accountability?
You have to rub your eyes to believe that these images have really come out of Iran in recent days.
Oh my God. The big surprise to me about this, and one of the reasons, this might sound bad, one of the reasons that I'm concerned that this won't lead to anything is because Iran hasn't turned off the internet. That's a big reason. Because, like, they did that before whenever they were in the war. And so, like, if it was really that bad and they were really worried about losing power, they will. Yeah, I think if they turn off the internet, then I feel like, okay, now shit got real. They will within 24 hours. Do you see what my point is, though? We hear more and more people, young people who are fleeing the country. This is a very strong indicator. True.
But even more, we need to focus on this dramatic documentation and listen carefully to the words being said courageously here by a police captain against the Ayatollah regime.
Holy shit. So they even have people that are in the police that are against this? We're waiting for the appointed day to stand by the people against the oppressive government. Oh my God. This cruel criminal child murdering regime.
Just another chapter, or could that potentially start the collapse of the Iranian regime in Tehran?
I really hope this is the beginning of the end. In Iran, we have two types of different army. We have the IRGC and we have the Artish. The Artish is the normal army. Already many people from the Artish have risen up.
The IRGC,
so we need
that's
a combination of that. And we also need the
army,
third piece, and the most important piece, I would say, is the strong opposition. People that are willing to come back and take control of power and make sure it's a smooth transition. Yeah. And hopefully that will happen within
iDubbbz will say they're lying. Yeah, don't show this video to iDubbbz.
Of an exiled opposition. And what you see here is no longer rare. Police officers, members of the security apparatus, soldiers speaking openly about rebellion and desertion.
That's insane.
It's the voice of the other Iran that wants change.
They have turned the internet off throughout this. I think they're using Starlink. Yeah, I mean, again, like another example, like how it's crazy to me that like these like weird fat liberal Karens in America are talking about how Elon Musk is stupid. Meanwhile, he's the reason why Ukraine was able to have internet whenever they were getting killed by Russia. And also Iranians and these other people were able to have internet after their government intentionally shuts it off to stop them from uprising against them. Massive. Gigantic. Like, think about how big that is. It's just insane. Do you think it's a coup? I don't know. I'm sure there's people that want it to be one. Trying to take power, sure.
In Iran and in Israel, they see in them a key player in the next confrontation hovering in the air.
One's burned by boiling water, one is even wary of cold. Oh, it's a good metaphor.
מפחד מכבל בצבע שחור ולבן. זה המקבילה הישראלית לנכווה ברותחין נזהר בצוננין. המשטר האיראני נכווה חזק מאוד במלחמת 12 הימים, ולכן הוא ייזהר מאוד היום בצוננין. ולכן אנחנו לקראת עימות מאוד מאוד משמעותי שהוא מבין שהשרידות שלו על הפרק.
He's saying that basically it's very hard for them to consolidate and like understand and get back together with Israel because they just had that war recently. Makes sense.
First time since the Iranian Revolution. Yeah. It's unclear.
I mean, it has to. The thing is, it has to be them that doesn't. Like, Israel can't make this happen. America can't make this happen. If we do, it's going to fall apart. It might not fall apart now. It'll fall apart in 5 years.
What will happen first? The confrontation or the collapse of the regime?
Probably both. This motherfucker had a gray beard when I was 5. To be fair, there's another guy that looked pretty similar to him that he took over from.
30-40 שנה אומרים שהאזרח האיראני שואל, עומד קוג'אס, איפה התקווה? איפה התקווה היום?
The lack of hope for the Iranian people is the main thing, in my opinion.
זה הפער הכי גדול
The
שיש
biggest
לנו
gap
היום
we have in
באיראן.
Iran. Yeah,
העם
exactly.
האיראני הוא
Very bad, let's call it experience with protest. The Iranian people have a very bad, let's call it experience with protests. That's one way to say it. Yeah?
נקרא לזה ממחאות, אנחנו מסתכלים על 2009.
This confirms IDubbbz is just spreading lies. Oh, there's nothing more insidious and disgusting than these white liberals in America that try to sweep for these Islamic fundamentalist freaks just because they're non-white and their culture is non-Western, and they view it as like basically any culture that is non-Western, criticizing it as a Westerner, we're supposed to just assume that their culture is better. And you can see the Iranians are protesting against this themselves. Because there's a reason why, like, really, I mean, these people can't even voice they can't even voice their dissent. Iranians are white. I mean, the thing is that not everybody in a lot of these countries, there isn't like one skin color. Like, it's the same as like people here in the US. Like, there's white people that have darker skin and brighter skin too. There's some of them that do look white. Yeah, sure.
בספטמבר 22 מחאות מסע המינים, מחאות החיג'אב, הכל היה שם.
I mean, there's a spectrum with everything.
לא היה גב מהקהילה הבינלאומית, בעיקר האמריקאית, שתבוא ותגיד, אנחנו רוצים שהמשטר הזה ייפול. כולם שואלים, איך יכול להיות שעוד לא, שהעם לא יוצא לרחובות? רוצה לומר שפחד ורע וקשה הוא משתק. הוא לא מניע לפעולה. תקווה מניעה לפעולה.
המתקפה הצבאית בוא תבוא, כי איראן כמו בעצם שור שצריך לחסום אותו בדישו, אבל ככל שיעבור הזמן. תעלה שוועתה של החברה האיראנית השמיימה. מסביב יהום הסער, כי אנחנו יודעים שמדינות...
You have to keep in mind that this is somebody from Israel, right? And like it's in their best interest that Iran is deposed, right? The current, you know, like leadership there is deposed. But yeah, ethnically Iranians are considered Caucasian. Well, I mean, like the thing is, look, I mean, people, like you really think that people in Europe and the Middle East and China and all these areas weren't fucking each other for like thousands of years? Of course they've been doing that. Duh. So like it's not like it's not a perfect fucking binary, this one or the other one. I'm doing this for many years.
אחרות במזרח התיכון לא תזלנה דמעה אם המשטר הזה ייפול. נדמה לי ש-2026 תוכל להמציא לנו את הדברים בצורה אחרת ממה שהכרנו בעבר.
Is that true?
The electricity and water crisis in Iran brings new traffic jams of life. And between the parking lots and buses that turn into
so nobody can even get water now over there? Oh my God. The last tweet of the Chinese embassy? Yeah, let me look at that after this.
Moments of protest are born that we haven't seen since the Islamic Revolution.
So how accurate is the picture we see from the outside? How serious is the situation right now?
This moment in time, $1 equals 130,000 tomans, or
$1 is... What in the fucking Zimbabwe bullshit is this? $1 is 1.3 million reals? Bro, this is Zimbabwe level inflation. This is crazy. I'm rich, bitch. We're all billionaires now.
1,300,000 reals. So imagine you go to work all day, you cannot even buy one egg at the end of the day for you.
What the fuck?
To eat. So I don't
no
even know
wonder
how
they're
people
mad.
in Iran survive, honestly.
I really encourage the international community and the Iranian people to be brave and rise up and overthrow the Islamic Republic. That's what I want.
Political analyst born in Iran who took part in the Trump campaign in the elections, is important to emphasize the difference between the Iranian people and the cruel regime.
Yeah, of course.
They've been brainwashed like majority of the world. And I'm here to say, look, that is not true. Israel is not your enemy. They haven't committed a genocide. They have been defending themselves. People in Iran have realized that Israel is actually their only friend in the region. So I hope that the Iranian people wake up, and just to tell them, to give them that confidence that Israel is not your enemy. Israel done what you could never do. Make Khamenei go and hide in a bunker like a rat. So
it's another one of those AI videos that they made of each other. No, the thing is, like, Israel, like, I think there's an element of truth to this, and there's also, like, very clearly a spin that they're putting on it. And so, like, and this is an interview, it's in Tel Aviv, and so, like, you have to keep all that in mind. I don't think that average, like, are these people... Like, are there differences irreconcilable? I don't think so. Like, it doesn't seem like it. Most people's differences are not. You can generally make do with other people, even if they're very different than you.
Be thankful and let's finish the job together.
Yeah.
התפיסה היום של הצעירים באיראן זה מלחמת האור נגד החושך. הם מתחברים למה שהיה לפני 2000 שנה, לדריוש.
Huge fan, everyone in Iran has so much international sanctions are a huge factor in economic collapse. Yeah, I know. I mean, that's the reason. Like, I would say that's the main reason why they're having problems is that one USD is 42,000 reals. It's only 42,000. Guys, this was a week ago. The video came out.
מה שאתה אומר זה שהתערבות חיצונית היא זאת שצריכה להדליק את הניצוץ. בסוף הגלישה הזאת ואולי מהפכה, זה חייב לבוא מבפנים. אם מישהו היה אומר לנו לפני מלחמת 12 הימים, שישראל תפציץ ולא יצא בן אדם אחד לרחובות, ואפילו יתפתח סנטימנט אנטי-ישראלי, צריך לומר בכנות,
I'm sure. I don't know. I think this is like more spin, to be honest. I bet there are a lot of people in Iran that probably hate Israel.
Just your dream, but before you go. Let me sit and think, 'cause boy, it got me fast like that. Got me fast like that, yeah. Not gonna know you.
The difference between Kane and the others is that even though there are metas where Kane is super broken, Kane was designed as a jungler.
Every time you calling me in a late night, oh boy, you know. I'm just your dream, but before you go. Let me sit and think, 'cause boy, it got me fast like that. My time, got me fast like that. My time, my time. Now you know. My time, I'm just your dream. I'm just your dream, but before you go, let them sit and think, cause boy, it got me faster, got me faster, you wasted my time, why is it gonna be so wasted my time,
He wasn't designed to have this like struggle laning phase until he gets the spikes and one-shots. He's balanced by his own core mechanic that makes him weaker in early game. The problem is that a lot of other assassins, they circumvent their early game weakness. They're balanced with the lane counterpart in mind bullying them because they're weak early. Like Tiana is supposed to suck level 1. She's supposed to get demolished. Do you know what's her level 1 in jungle? It doesn't exist. She clears the camp with smites and that's it. She's level 2. And then she avoids all sort of weakness and the wave clear problems in the mid lane. Same with the Talon, same with the Zed. Like none of these champs are designed as junglers. That's why they're not balanced. A lot of people can't understand this. The difference between Kane and the others is that even though
because Israel bombed them. Like, it's pretty simple. Like, it's yeah, I mean, I could see that happening, but like, there's kind of two things at play here.
זו הייתה אכזבה. האמירה של טראמפ תוך כדי המלחמה הזאת הייתה אמירה מפורשת שלא מעוניינים בהחלפת משטר. פשוט גמרה את העניין. זה לא סתם שישראל לא עשתה כפי בראשו ולא הלכה על הצמרת של המשטר האיראני. איזו חלופה היום יש באיראן? החלופה זה שאלת השאלות והאפשרות של הנהגה פנימית שלא רואים כזאת. השאה, הגולה, אני חושב שהוא בהחלט יכול להוות אלטרנטיבה לתקופת מעבר.
אם מתוך החברה, למשל פעילי זכויות אדם שתמיד נמצאים שם וכל פעולה שלהם יכולה להפוך.
Keep in mind, instead of investing in water plants to handle the crazy drought, the regime is throwing hundreds of billions of dollars to build thousands of missiles to launch at Israel and to give their proxies. Yeah, do you know why they're doing that? It's because they're a bunch of retarded psychos. That's the reason why. Like, I mean, yeah, obviously that's what's going on.
אמרנו לכדור שלג. אם אנשים שבסופו של דבר יגיעו למקום שבו הם אומרים אינני יכול יותר ופשוט יקריבו את עצמם על מזבח המאבק עם המשטר, הסיטואציה היא מהפכנית, אבל מהפכה זה לא בהכרח דבר שיכול לקרות מחר.
אני מייחל ומתפלל ליום הזה של לראות את העם האיראני עומד ברחובות, לבוש לבן, מתחבק ושר שירים של תקווה ושל אור, ומתחיל עידן חדש.
Man, well, and he's burning their fucking papers. Oh my God. Well, I think this is great. Obviously, I mean, again, this does seem like it's kind of a I-24. What does I stand for? Does it stand for Israel? I don't know. But either way, you know, it's very clear that this video had a pretty strong bias. I wouldn't take it super seriously. But at the same time, I do think that, you know, like, I think it's pretty clear. I mean, like, all of these different protests and everything can't just be happening for no reason. I mean, there's maybe a spin that they put on it, but regardless of that spin, it sure seems like there's a lot of people that are out there doing it anyway. So, yeah, and I-24 is an Israeli news channel. Yeah, let me see if it is or not. I-24 news... what isn't? What? Oh, what country is I-24 news from? No way! No way! It's from Israel! What a surprise! I would have never guessed that all the people that are talking about everything in the context of Israel are Israel. So again, very important to keep that in mind. Now, I agree that probably, like, there is, again, there's... it's not like everything they were saying is lying, but it is better to see this right here. The revolution will not be televised. It'll be posted on X. That does seem to be the case. And, wow. I'm just looking at a few more of these comments here.
Uprising in Iran has now escalated in Tehran,
this is from
the
today.
capital, and of course in a number of other cities as well. We're going to give you guys the live coverage. The lion has risen. The Persian lion has risen. They are back on the streets. The Iranian regime have now brought in the Arab forces from Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, and other countries to do a crackdown on their own people, mostly because of the
that'll go very well.
Recent defections from the regime to the revolution. Now, let me give you guys all the videos that we are receiving live as we speak. We've got our sources in Iran, and there is a lot to cover. Of course, we're going to get your reaction in the live chat. There is already somebody. I mean, I can bring this on for you guys in the live chat.
Is there any more
Someone says,
of this?
I am an Iranian.
Let me just move forward and see if there's any more of the videos here. But yeah, it seems like there's a lot of people that are out in the street mad. Seen a couple of expos claiming students protesting in the University of Tehran have been barricaded in by the university by the regime's forces. What the fuck? God damn. What the fuck? Yeah. No, I haven't seen that at all. So this is the final battle. Wow. Well, I mean, it's hard to say. I guess we'll probably know more about what's going to happen in like the next couple of days or so. But, you know, this is kind of what I've said before, is that with a lot of these instances, I think that basically like nothing happens until everything happens. And I think that really it's going to look like nothing's happening until eventually, like, everything just falls apart. Seems like the Iranian people protest a lot. This seems like pretty status quo to me. We'll see. Yeah, we saw this part before. Would you look at the time? This is like 6 hours ago, 4 hours ago, right? And so, yeah, I mean, I think we're going to have to give it another couple of days to see what's going to happen. And then we'll have a better understanding of, like, kind of what to expect. But let me go back. I'll pull up these other ones, too. They have the bigger military on their side. They can win. I mean, maybe, right? IRGC, Iran's IRGC intelligence units are now sending warning text messages directly to citizens. The message sent to citizens in Tehran warns people to not attend illegal gatherings and urges them to stay away from protests and stay away from protests, a move. Okay, sorry. There should be a comma there. Stay away from protests, a move widely seen as a deepening panic inside of security apparatus. Direct mass texting by security agencies is typically only used when street control is failing and authorities are attempting emergency psychological deterrence. This is a clear indicator the regime has entered a defensive and reactive phase in response to expanding public global mobilization. Wow. I don't know what that means, but it probably means please stop. Please stop. No, no, no. Please go home. We can't deal with this. Okay, here we go. You guys ready to listen to this?
This is what happens when they target communities for their own benefit. This is what happens when they scapegoat. And this is what happens when they no longer hide the idea of white supremacy.
Man, what a fucking retard. Oh my God.
So it sounds to me, Nick, that Governor Tim Walz is saying that you and others that are out there trying to expose this, you know, you're doing it because you're white supremacists. What is your response to him?
Yeah, Tim wants votes. There are entire apartment complexes where white people have been pushed out of these apartment complexes because Somalians have taken over and they're inside of these towns.
There's like wait, what?
Entire apartment complexes where white people have been pushed out of these apartment complexes because Somalians have taken over.
Of course.
And they're inside of these towns like Minneapolis,
yeah, sure.
where they can go.
My God.
Hide the idea of white supremacy. And this is what happens in communities for their own benefit.
Okay, here we go. You guys ready to listen to this?
This is what happens when they target communities for their own benefit. This is what happens when they scapegoat. And this is what happens when they no longer hide the idea of white supremacy.
Man, what a fucking retard. Oh my God.
So it sounds to me, Nick, that Governor Tim Walz is saying that you and others that are out there trying to expose this, you know, you're doing it because you're white supremacists. What is your response to him?
Yeah, Tim wants votes. There are entire apartment complexes where white people have been pushed out of these apartment complexes because Somalians have taken over and they're inside of these towns like.
There's like wait, what?
Entire apartment complexes where white people have been pushed out of these apartment complexes because Somalians have taken over.
Of course.
And they're inside of these towns like Minneapolis,
yeah, sure.
where they can go get votes from these people. And if you have 100,000 people that will vote for you because you're going to enable and let this stuff happen, and because you're going to call a white person racist for calling out facts, this is what's going to happen to a state like Minnesota. Minnesotans, they say Minnesota nice, but they are very upset, and I totally understand why they're upset.
Yeah, I bet they
don't
are.
have a governor who's actually.
He thinks he can dodge this by throwing away buzzwords. Yeah, like it's white supremacy that people want scammers deported. Yeah, sure, man.
Working for them, that he's actually working against them.
Nick, your video's been viewed 93 million times. What do you think will be the result
insane.
of this? Do you think that things will change because of bringing attention to this, or do you think it'll be much the same, swept under the rug and keep moving forward?
Yeah, there better be change. People are demanding it. The investigations have been launched just from that video alone. And so there better be change because, like I said, we work way too hard to be paying taxes. We work way too hard to be not knowing where our money's going. And at the end of the day, the people in the government, they work for us. We don't work for them. And so it's their responsibility to hold these people accountable.
You don't work for the government. You work for the Somalians.
Accountable. And so if there's not something that's happened, people are going to be very frustrated. And so if President Trump's watching this, it's time to really get down to nitty-gritty and to make a difference in this place of Minnesota that is
absolutely
pretty much like Somaliland right now.
Yep.
We're a state of immigrants that values that. We have more refugees
I can see that.
per capita than any other state.
Yeah, I can see that.
That's not just morally a good thing.
It's not a morally good thing. Why is it a morally good thing to have a bunch of refugees? Who decided that? I don't agree with that. I think that's ridiculous.
It's our economic and cultural future. This beautiful diversity.
Thank God we can have our culture replaced by immigrants from Somalia that don't speak English. That's amazing. Thank God. And this is it. It's funny to say that, like, anytime that somebody talks about, oh, wow, there's like a demographic change or something like that, they say it's like a white supremacy theory. Meanwhile, here's Tim Walz explaining it happening. He's literally just he's saying it right out there.
We see out in Worthington when I'm there, you see 50 languages spoken in the school, and you see...
How is that a good thing? 50 languages was a punishment from God in the Old Testament for people building the Tower of Babel too high to get to heaven. You're literally looking at an Old Testament punishment from a vengeful God on a fallen world, and you're saying that it's a good thing. Is this fat, bald retard serious? Oh my God. 50 languages? That sounds like chaos. Can you imagine that?
Every storefront filled with different types of foods, different types of businesses.
I love how this is the prime reason why Americans are okay with immigration, because of food. I can see, Tim, that's the reason why you want the immigrants, is so they can make you more food. Absolutely. I believe you.
That are happening. Minnesota needs to continue to do that. The office of governor can set the tone on that. We're going to continue to need to diversify. We're going to have to put policies in place that make sure we're attracting teachers of color, so that
why would you do? See, this kind of stuff, like, this is the kind of stuff that as a white person, you should never vote for this guy. This person is trying to systematically disenfranchise you and take you away from things that would be fair. He doesn't want a meritocracy. Why? Because the reason why, so here's the reason. I will explain the actual reason why. The real reason why it happens is because white people don't vote based off of this. And I think that we should start voting like this. I do. I think that we should. The moment that any of these people talk about adding in any sort of systematic advantage, any sort of beneficiary program, anything to benefit a person who is a random ass fucking immigrant, and they're saying, yeah, we need to bring these people in here, why should I vote for a candidate that wants to systematically disenfranchise me? Absolutely not. And any self-respecting white person should never vote for this. It is insane. If they want to, and the problem is that there are so many white people that are consumed by white guilt because of Hitler or because of slavery or because of Jim Crow, and all of these things were bad, but they have one thing in common. I didn't do any of them. So whenever I have to hear that, oh my God, this is some terrible fucking thing that happened, and so now I have to live my whole life, basically, a step behind where these other people get advantages, absolutely not. No way. And so really the reason why he does this is because white people don't take offense to it. And I think that we need to start taking offense to it. I absolutely think so. The idea that we can have somebody come on television and say that it's a good thing that I, as a white person, am disenfranchised systematically by a system, that way we can have more teachers that are a different skin color than me, that are coming over from another fucking country so they can replace me and my jobs. Absolutely fucking not. And I think that everybody should be making this decision. Why would I ever make that decision for even a second? They'll just claim white tears. Claim it all you want. I still don't think, you call it whatever you want to call it. You can call it being racist. You call it a Nazi. Call it whatever you want. I'm still not going to vote for it. It doesn't matter what word you put on it. Who gives a shit about the word? So yes, and this is the problem. It's that white people have, I think that really it's that, I don't think they really care enough. I think that's the main reason. They just kind of let this stuff happen to them.
Students of color have someone that they understand, look like, think like, see like in front of them.
Yeah, so here we go. So let's import a bunch of immigrants and a bunch of random third worlders. And now because we have all these third worlders in the country, now we have to also create incentive programs to make other third worlders teach the third worlders that we imported in. Here, I've got a great solution that's going to solve this whole problem. They all go back. That's my solution. They're all going back. I don't give a shit. I don't want to deal with this. Get rid of every single one of these people that are net negative taxpayers need to be sent back to their country. I don't care if they're citizens or not. It's crazy that people put up with this. And I don't think that people, here's what's crazy. I don't think that people realize the amount of rot that this creates. This makes traffic worse. It makes getting a job worse. It makes going to the emergency room worse. It makes doing any sort of, getting any sort of federal system, it makes it worse. These people massively jam up the system because they're filing fake shit. They're filing things wrong. They're not actually, they're not even supposed to be filing them in a lot of cases. I don't think you guys can understand all of the second and third order effects that bringing in this massive population that's very clearly not assimilated and very clearly not willing to assimilate, they're not even trying to assimilate, into the country without causing problems. just like a fat activist. It lowers wages as well. It does. And the only, and I think this is really important to keep in mind, is that the only people that truly benefit from mass migration and bringing in these third world immigrants that are net negative taxpayers and are basically parasites on the American taxpayer, the true people who benefit from that are the top 1%. The top 1% are totally insulated from any of these bad things. Like for me, for example, right? I'm a rich guy. I've got a lot of money. My life will, unless one of them runs me over with a car because they got a free driver's license without having to take a test, which that happens too. But let's assume that doesn't happen. If one of these people, I'm never going to have to deal with these people, basically. I'm never going to have to worry about it. I'm never going to have to be like, oh my God, like this is some kind of massive issue. Because I'm never going to have to see them. I don't have to see them. I don't have to deal with them. And so the consequences of illegal immigration for me are zero. It never affects me. It doesn't, like, it's not going to affect my job. Like, if anything, illegal immigration is good for me because it means that the stocks that I own and the investments that I have, these companies are indirectly or directly benefiting from illegal immigration, and I make more money because of that. My stock goes up. So really, and maybe these people are doing like menial tasks, like, a lot of them obviously do like, fucking home cleaning, and they do like gardening work and construction and landscaping, because these are easy physical jobs that require relatively no skill. Construction requires a lot of skill, but being directed by somebody for doing more menial things doesn't necessarily, like mowing a lawn. So the fact is that roofing's a bit harder to do, but either way, my point is that that's the main thing that people like that. Dinky, 150 subs. Holy shit. Thank you, man. I appreciate that, guys. Never gift if you don't if you can't afford it or anything like that. Never feel like you guys got a gift, all right? I'm totally fine, completely financially stable. I'm okay. But I really do appreciate it. Yeah, another 150. Holy shit. Thanks a lot, man. Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, make sure. Hopefully it's not a stolen credit card, right? I'll tell you that. Hopefully it's not one of those. So, yeah, thanks a lot, man. I appreciate it. Thank you. And yeah, thank you very much. Shout out in the chat. W's in the chat for Dinky. Yeah, thank you very much, man. And so I think really that is the main issue more than anything else. And so really, if you have those people that are doing this, they're the ones that are really benefiting. The 1% are the only people that truly benefit from this mass migration. Nobody else benefits at all.
As well as other students. We are doing it in Minnesota. We're a state of immigrants that...
Yeah, white people need to stop voting for people that are going to disenfranchise them and their children. I can't imagine voting for somebody that wants to put your child at a disadvantage because of the color of their skin. It's really, I mean, it's like the ultimate cuck behavior. It's like a generational hereditary cucking that not only are you putting up for yourself, you're also signing your kids up to be cucked by this for their whole life as well. Isn't that embarrassing? It's actually evil. It is. It absolutely is. And I think that there needs to be more social pressure against people that do that. It's straight up racist. Yeah, it's straight up racist. And you have so many white people that have been taught to hate themselves that they think that they're not being racist by hating themselves. How does immigration make your stock go up? Well, it's really simple. So basically, the way it works is that at a very low level, a lot of companies rely on illegal aliens because they exploit and utilize their labor, and they undercut American wages. And because of that, they're able to produce cheaper products and go to market and make more money and make more profit. So when instead of making $3 on something, you're making $4 on something, that basically through the pipeline makes the company make more money. It's pretty simple. Like, yeah, there it is. No benefits for illegals. Yeah, exactly. The company saves tons of money on illegals. Because you think about, so here's the thing is that, like, let's say an illegal and you are getting paid the same amount of money, okay? And you do twice as good of a job as that illegal. Like, you're a way better worker than they are. You still, the employee doesn't have to worry about, they don't have to worry about workers' comp. They don't have to worry about health insurance. They don't have to worry about Social Security. They don't have to worry about, dealing with, like, in a lot of other payroll things. They don't have to worry about liability. They don't have to worry about any of this stuff. So all of the extra things and extra costs of an employee, because this is one of the things that a lot of people that don't understand business are confused about, because I think they just don't understand it or know it. But the main thing that they're confused about and don't understand is the fact that a lot of these times, these businesses, you're not just paying them the money, like their payroll, right? That the cost of a business and the cost of the cost of an employee is not simply their payroll. There is like an entire apparatus that maintains that employee's employment. And whether that is managers, other payments, payment processors. Do you guys know, like, for a lot of the payroll systems in businesses, you have to pay monthly to access the payroll systems. So basically, they're kind of like Adobe Photoshop, and these are for professional licenses for different types of payroll accounting systems. It's extremely common. So you're adding in all of this stuff, accounting talk. No, I'm being serious, right? And like all of this comes together: insurance, liability, benefits, 401k, fucking Social Security, everything, right? There's so much of this. I don't know if this is a photo shoot or not. My expectations for this are extremely low. But Homeland Security Investigations, ICE, are on the ground in Minneapolis right now conducting a massive investigation on childcare and other rampant fraud. More is coming.
No. Is the location, is where everybody comes. Okay. Are there any subcontractors or anything you guys deal with, like say like other businesses that you partner with that you? I don't
think they're gonna do it. I don't think they don't have it in them. I don't think they have it in them. I believe it when I see it. I believe it. Yeah, I believe it when I see it.
Used for a service maybe.
They're not. I don't want another photo shoot and another video and another Pokemon compilation.
Awesome. And
I want them in the Pokedex.
The receipt of those documents.
I don't want the theme song. I want the end song. No, but cat's out of the bag? No, not really. Looks staged as fuck. I don't know. And yeah, as non-American, voting without identification seems incredibly retarded. Anybody who can't get identification to vote is a fucking retard, and they should never vote. Straight up. Like, if you're 85 years old and you can't figure out how to get an ID, you're gonna be dead anyway pretty soon. I don't want you making decisions. That's it. Now, if you're 85 and you can get an ID, go ahead. But, like, if you're too fucking stupid and decrepit to get an ID, I don't want you voting. I don't. I'm sorry. Like, there's 50 ways that you can get an ID. You can get it mailed to you. You can have human services help you. There are social workers that can come out and do this. This is not even, it's not even something I would even for a second consider. If you can't get, like, basically, okay, I'm going to make a Venn diagram. This is a Venn diagram between people who can't get an ID and people who are fucking retarded. Okay, this is the Venn diagram. All right. Well, do you guys see the problem here? You see the issue here? This is somebody from Somalia. There we go.
Only Americans who's concerned with the Somali business is the ones who have no life. They don't have.
Okay. Yeah, sure. All right. I guess I don't have a life.
They have a lot of time in their hands.
Yeah, of course we have. Yeah.
And they broke.
Sure.
They don't have no money. No.
That's the whole. Yes, duh. That's the whole point, dumbass. What do you mean? Yeah, they're mad because they don't have any fucking money. Yes, that's the reason why they're mad. You're putting it together. Duh.
No ambition, nothing.
Uh-huh.
They don't even have hobbies. They depressed. They lonely. You know, it's always those type of people who care about situations like this. You know? People who have something going on for their life, right? They're busy.
Anybody who pays attention to me is mentally ill. Anybody who disagrees with me is depressed. Anybody who notices me doing something wrong is doing something wrong by noticing. I don't know what kind of like brain dead third world logic this is, but it's retarded.
Their career, their family, They taking vacation, they're enjoying their life. You know?
Yeah.
They're not concerned with the Somalians in Minneapolis.
Well, I think this is actually, he does make kind of a revealing point, and he is right about this. And I think that there's an element to this that's very true, that the main groups of people that are angry about this are the ones who are on the edge of society and the people who have been marginalized by society and by the country because of these systems. So what I think has happened is that you do have a lot of these people that they don't have a lot of income, they don't have a lot of resources, they don't have a lot of other stuff going on because they've been isolated and disenfranchised and basically had their country stolen from them systematically by not really. And this is the funny thing, is that I don't really direct a lot of real animosity towards the Somalians themselves. I'm just like, yeah, guys, you've got to go. Like, this is, yeah, we can't have you here. You got to go back home. Like, I'm not angry at them. I'm angry at the Americans that let it happen. Those are the ones that I'm really mad at, because these people are simply just acting in best interest. Of course they're going to come to America. Of course they're going to try to improve their lives. Of course they're going to do this. And yeah, sure. I mean, obviously, like, it's bad. You shouldn't be doing it. Yeah, sure. But, like, the people that I really view as the traitors, the ones that are the people that I think really need to be punished, are the Americans. Those are the ones that I truly hate. I don't hate the Somalians. I hate the Americans that created the system to make this happen in the first place. They are the real enemies. This guy is just simply a symptom. He's not the disease.
Hold up. Only people you will see who's worrying about this is not even racist. They just broke.
Yep.
They just don't have anything going on. They're broken.
What would you do if you were in their place? Then you should at least understand why they do it. That doesn't make it right. Yeah, I understand why people steal things out of Walmart, but you can't let people steal things out of Walmart. Like, I mean, it's pretty simple.
It's not even racist. They just broke. They just don't have anything going on. They're broken.
Exactly. He's completely right. That these people are broke, they don't have anything going on, and so they're angry that they see people that are Somalian that have nice new cars, that are able to afford houses, that have these businesses that are getting $1 million loans, while this person is living paycheck to paycheck, not able to qualify for food stamps because they make $37,000 instead of $35,000, and so they lose $1,000 a month. That's what happens.
Spiritually, physically, and financially. That's what it is. They don't have any.
Yeah.
Only Americans who's concerned.
Yeah, no, he's right, actually. He's right that a lot of the people that are angry about this are people that are disenfranchised. Yeah, they're disenfranchised, and they're in bad, like, financial situations in a lot of these cases. I think that's actually true. Whose side is this guy even taking? Well, I mean, I wonder, right? But, like, it's very obvious, but I don't think this is really, like, I'm not a big one for trying to, like, defend this. I think, yeah, it's true. He's speaking for you, little buddy? Yeah, maybe. So just accept his smugness. I don't care about him. I mean, if he's part of the scam, then he needs to go back, right? I mean, like, I don't, like, this isn't, for me, it's not, like, with these people, it's not personal. It's just not. It's not personal to me. I see why they're doing it. I would do it if I were them. I understand it. Sure, you want to come over here. The place where you lived is a shithole. You're over here. It's a different culture. Yeah, you don't want to assimilate, but, you know, you just want to do what you want to do. Yeah, it's not personal to me. Now, it is personal with the Americans that do it. Now, those are the ones that I have 99% of my animosity is towards the Americans that enable this. It's towards people like Tim Walz. I don't care about him. Who gives a shit about this guy? It doesn't matter. But it's the people that let it happen. That's it. Chat's retarded and thinks you're on his side. Yeah, and this is what happens a lot. Whenever you explain why somebody does something, you are often assumed to be a person who is enabling it, or you're agreeing with it. Yeah, Minnesota's Department of Children announces the Quality Learning Center has been closed. So let's use a little bit of logic here, okay? If they just announced that it was closed, then there was something clearly wrong, right? So if they, and this is the thing, so why would you have closed it if there was nothing wrong with it in the first place? So by them doing this, I feel like it's kind of an admission that, yeah, the fraud was happening. They're hiding. Yeah, they're going to reopen it to edumacation system. Or sorry, it's going to be the edumacation center instead of the learning center now. And they're going to rename it to that. Well, probably they already have, because this was already a half hour ago. So the paperwork's probably already been processed and automatically approved. This isn't enough. They closed it and that'll be it. Well, I don't know about that. I think they need to go even farther. You're right. Are there going to be so many memes about this guy that by the time that he runs for president, nobody even knows what he looks like? Like, maybe that's something that he should do, is that he should never do any more interviews in person, so nobody actually knows what he looks like, and everybody just thinks that this is him. Yeah, never make public appearances or anything like that. We'll just assume this is J.D. Vance.
Following Nick Shirley's reporting in Minnesota, Hassan and him have been going back and forth on Twitter. A matchup of the ages to end 2025. Hassan tweeted yesterday at 11 a.m. I don't know what kind of fraud Somalis in daycares are doing, but I think it's a separate crime to try and storm with a camera into a daycare with kids in it. Shirley responded by saying, ha ha, you would say something stupid like this.
It's so stupid.
Nick won.
And I think that, by the way, this is the way that you have to engage people like Hassan. Because to the extent that you engage with their arguments, you validate their arguments. When, in fact, these aren't even arguments. These are just random accusations and lies.
Ratio off here by almost
there's no actual
order
argument.
of 5-1. Hassan then quote tweeted himself saying, bleak future of all media with this photo. I think that's from a movie. That's Jake Gyllenhaal, I believe.
Yes.
Vigilante content that can be weaponized for radicalized / white nativist agitprop. I don't know. I'm sorry if I said that word wrong, agitprop. Everyone's going to behave like the fake pedo hunters. On top of responding to Hassan's original tweet, Nick quote tweeted him saying,
"Oh, bro, like he's getting cooked.
People like this commie literally
shock
their dogs and complain about America 24/7. And when someone actually leaves their room to do something, wait for it, they then defend the criminals." Hassan responded by saying, I traveled around the world and went to numerous protests, but since I wasn't trying to storm childcare facilities with a camera crew screaming, show me the children now.
See, this is the reason why Hassan keeps failing and losing relevance. The reason why is because he constantly just lies to his audience. And so what you do with that is you distill your audience down to the most extreme, most radical, most deranged, most mentally ill group. And those people now become your boss. Because instead of having normal takes and talking about things like, affordable housing, paying for homes, you're out here trying to defend Somali scams. So that's the main issue that he has. And this is why... and he's worked his ass off, and it's all been for nothing. Really, it's been absolutely for nothing. It's achieved and accomplished nothing. And the reason why is because you're just lying. If you weren't lying and making bullshit up, you'd probably be a lot more effective.
It doesn't count. There's a proper way to conduct a thorough investigation, and you botched it for clickbait. Hassan also quote tweeted
the thing is, Hassan is doing the appeal to authority. You need a thorough investigation. If a thorough investigation would have worked or would have happened, then it would have already happened in the years that this was a problem. Again, it's just, it's more lying. It's always just lying.
A tweet involving Nick Shirley when he met with the mayor of Gaza and said he made the most Israel video demanding to see children in all these facilities. And when they wouldn't let him in, that was enough evidence of fraud. There was, of course, going to be criticism of Nick Shirley's video that he posted.
He made the most Israel video ever. Hassan's lying has basically hurt all of his causes. If he cares about something, he'd be best if he didn't talk about it. I think that he engages in such bad faith argumentation that even people that are on his side, basically grow to hate him. because he pushes these things. He'll say, like, this is the most Israel video ever. He's storming in, demanding to see the children. Like, we all watched the video. Everybody knew that wasn't happening. But it's all of this, like, radical, alarmist, extremist language that's just totally misleading. And so this is the reason why you can't really have a conversation with somebody like Hassan. It's because you can't even agree on reality. You're redefining basic terms. You're not even looking, you're looking at the same thing and you're seeing something totally different.
On Friday night. The main criticism is that he was trying to storm into a daycare, which is fine, but the video is 42 minutes long. It's not just a daycare.
Well, it was also a medical place, and it's very obvious that that's not what was happening. If he was trying to storm into the daycare, he would have gotten into the daycare. He clearly wasn't trying to storm into the daycare.
Wager that I don't think Hassan has watched it in full. Same with a lot of the people that have been criticizing it. Other criticism has been that it was filmed over Christmas break, which...
It's filmed over Christmas break. It's so stupid, it's insane.
Somalians are typically Muslim, not Catholic or Christian.
Yeah, they're not even celebrating Christmas.
They may not be taking Christmas break, but let's say it was a state-mandated thing. We can see in the video that Nick was there during a Tuesday, and in the background is 42 degrees. And we can assume that this was either Tuesday, December 23rd, which would be 2 days before Christmas, or Tuesday, December 16th. You can look up historical weather. Tuesday, December 23rd, it did not get above 32 degrees. But on Tuesday, December 16th, you can see it got just above 40 degrees during the afternoon, around
which is when he would have recorded and interacted with this person. So the same temperature that it was at, yeah, I mean, he was there on the 16th, right? I mean, it's pretty obvious that he was.
42, so we can assume this was December.
Another day, another lie? Well, yeah, this takes like 3 seconds to figure out.
16th, 9 days before Christmas. This will continue on, I'm sure. Now, Nick should be careful, just like Hassan has to be, not because Hassan is going to...
Yeah, what is this here? Do you really think Hassan isn't doing well, though? I think he's doing well financially. I think that he's building an audience, but I think that he's also destroying an audience. That's the reason why he's been losing followers. And he's had the politician interview lately. Those puff pieces, aren't those good signs? I think that it was great that he had Ro Khanna on, and I thought that was a good thing, and it was good for him to do that. But really, whenever you have, like, articles written about you by, like, a newspaper, like, that doesn't matter. Who cares about that? There's plenty of people that get pushed by newspapers all the time, and they don't really have any real motion or any actual clout. These are mainly just, like, legacy institutions that don't actually have any impact or any pull with anybody. It's like, unless you're in a nursing home, these people don't really matter.
Injure Nick more so because of the fact that there's a lot of crazies out there and they could blame him for things. So, you know, I think he's already mentioned that and he's going to be safe, but he goes out there just by himself. He needs to invest in a bodyguard.
He did. Yeah, he did. So many audience just watch them react to video instead of watching a video. Well, because they want to have that take, right? I mean, that's the reason why they want to have the take. I mean, that's clearly the reason why. And also, like, here's another thing too, is that a lot of these different organizations, and I didn't even really know this before, but it looks like Somalia. Oh, here's another one.
Demanding to see children that are not yours at a daycare so you can record them is a level of pedophilia that has yet to be talked about.
This
to see children that are not yours.
Oh, here's another one.
Demanding to see children that are not yours at a daycare so you can record them is a level of pedophilia that has yet to be talked about.
This retarded hog actually thinks that people are going to buy into the pedophilia thing. That he's a pedo because of this. Is he a pedo because he went into the medical centers too? Like, Jesus Christ. What do you do something like this? Yeah, oh my God. And anyway, so yes, there's been even more of these that have been going on too. And let's see. No, it's he a pedo because he went into the medical centers too? Like, Jesus Christ. What do you do something like this? Yeah, oh my God. And anyway, so yes, there's been even more of these that have been going on too. And let's see. No, it's not this one. Where is it? I see if I can find it. Yeah, this is from 2018. 2018.
Order for the scheme to work, the daycare centers need to sign up low-income families that qualify for child care assistance funding. These surveillance videos are from a case prosecuted by Hennepin County. They show parents checking their kids into a center only to leave with them a few minutes later. Sometimes no children would show up. But either way, the center would bill the state for a full day of child care. This video from that same case shows a man handing out envelopes of what are believed to be kickback payments to parents who are in on the fraud.
Every single one of them needs to go back. Every single one. Denaturalize and deport. You gotta go.
Where was the money going? I don't know exactly where it went.
Well, now we do. It went to Somalian terrorists. And this is 2000, and I don't know really what year this is. The Quality Learning Center was investigated more than a dozen times.
I started by visiting Quality Learning Center Daycare. So it is that 14B, which sits right in the heart of downtown Minneapolis. Between 2019 and 2023, the Minnesota Department of Human Services found 95 violations at this location.
95 violations. That's insane. This was 1 year ago? Yeah. And I want you guys to see this, that like all of the arguments and the deflections that they're making are just so pathetically embarrassing that I really think that they're hurting their credibility long term by doing this. Why should we pay for their travel expenses to go back home and spend their loot, put them in camps? Well, because then you have to feed them in the camps. And like, honestly, I don't want to deal with shooting them. I don't want to deal with making them in work camps. I just want to say, hey guys, the jig's up. You know, you had fun here. You know what you did. I know what you did. We all know what you did. You got to go. That's it. That's what I think you need to do. Yep. And yep, it's time to go home now. All right. Funny. Party up. Party's over, guys. Time to go home. And I do think that we should seize all of their assets. We do. We should take all of their stuff. You're going back home with the shoes on your feet, if you're lucky. Unless they're expensive. Then maybe you get new shoes.
Range from failure to keep hazardous items away from children to no records for 16 children, which include things like immunizations, emergency contacts, and
closing time? Yeah. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. That's right.
Medical needs. So state investigators placed Quality Learning Center on a conditional license in 2022.
Oh.
I went to the daycare's location several times.
This looks like a daycare, right? What is this, a daycare for the Crips?
Only once did I see people there. Oh, that's your daycare. But I did not.
This is the same fucking building. Because it was right there. Holy shit.
Not see any children. So there are 80 kids in there?
There's 80 kids.
No, after school? Okay, gotcha. All right, thank you.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, oh, they're going to be after school. That's what it is.
DHS declined an interview, but in a statement acknowledged Quality Learning Center was put on a conditional license because of its poor safety record.
Absolutely insane that we are paying for these parasites to come over here and siphon our fucking money, and then we're paying for them to have kids, and we have to pay for their fucking kids. Isn't this ridiculous? We have American citizens here that have been citizens, their family's been here for 300 fucking years, and they're paying out the ass for childcare. They're in poverty because of childcare. Meanwhile, these people are coming over and they're scamming it and getting it basically for free. It's insane. Should Minnesota taxpayers be reimbursed for this? Realistically, that's not what's going to happen. There's no money in that, bro? I thought you were smarter. There's no money in this? Well, why is it happening?
But it's still received nearly $8 million in taxpayers' money since 2019. Its conditional status removed in 2024.
I bet. And so there it is. Yeah, what an idiot. No, the people that argue with this are just, they're so dumb. Oh, here's another one. This is a news report from 2018.
Agencies closed Baraka Child Care Center yesterday morning.
Baraka Child Center.
A search warrant. It's one of 10 being investigated for financial. Agencies closed Baraka Child Care Center yesterday morning Well, investigators executed a search warrant. It's one of 10 being investigated for financial misconduct of the state's child care assistance program. WCCO's Jennifer Merrily shares where that money would have gone instead.
Nearly 2,400 kids are on the waiting list for Minnesota's child care assistance program. It helps low-income families pay for child care.
Can you believe this? We're importing these people over so they can be low income so we can pay for their kids. It's so ridiculous, I can't even believe it.
Daycares are given money per child. But right now,
you can see the incentive here.
Agencies are investigating financial
So
fraud
obvious, I hate
at
it.
10 different centers, including Baraka Child Care Center in Minneapolis.
So where there's been these totally fraudulent operators and stealing money. And so high time. And they should crack down on more.
At this point, this is every single child care organization in Minnesota do a census. This is ridiculous. Not only do they need to do that, but what do you think the probability is that there aren't a dozen other social systems that these people are also exploiting? Like, I would say the probability of that is 100%. This is for sure happening, guaranteed 100% happening. Absolutely.
Part of the investigation, the BCA and Secret Service spent hours at this home in Columbia Heights, combing through it and collecting evidence. A relative told WCCO.
They are good family, they work hard, that's all.
The raid at Baraka focuses on fraudulent billing of the state assistance program. A child care provider investigations unit formed in 2014 to investigate similar cases has already closed 12 child care centers.
So the latest child care scam has been to have 100 people enrolled, 100 kids enrolled in your program, have 10 show up, bill for the 100.
That happened in
That's exactly what they said in the video. Yeah, it's all I. Yeah, this is 7 years ago this happened.
Several cases that resulted in a conviction. In one, the criminal complaint reveals investigators set up cameras to capture kids who entered and exited. Over a 2-week period in 2014, the daycare billed for 950 children who did not attend the center.
Absolute fraud. And you know what people do on Twitter is they try to say, oh, well, you were just trying to record kids like you're Epstein or something like this. Like the level of just totally blatant manipulation and lying. It's really almost shocking that somebody would even be willing to do that.
Resulting in $51,000 of fraud just for that time period.
There are people who have severe needs that we can't take care of because there's just not enough money. And
that's right. That's absolutely. That's the entire point. There is not infinite money. Are people actually defending this? There is a group of people defending this. I wouldn't say large group. I don't think there's a large group of people defending this, but I think that there is enough of a group defending this that, like, as I said, I think that the goal for us to do is to make it look so unpopular and so problematic to defend this that the normies will be afraid to defend it, even if it might make them feel good. You have to create a culture where people like this that are trying to like engage in such obvious fraud, dishonesty, and lying, you have to make them afraid. You have to make them afraid, and the way that you do that is you push back against it whenever they start saying any of this stuff or any of this. So go on their tweets, call them fucking retarded, whatever you want to say. I mean, I don't agree with actual harassment, right? But disagree with them, explain that they're wrong, etc. Because once these people realize that they are the minority and they're a fractional tiny minority, a lot of their passive support from, people that think that they're just following social compliance by being okay with this will go away. So the way that you have to change that thing is you have to change the consensus. And it's not about even changing the consensus because we don't need to do that. The consensus is already on our side. We have to change the perception of the consensus. And the way that you do that is you mobilize, you're vocal, you push back against this stuff, and you demonize and vilify everybody that's supporting it. That's what you do. Because they are demons. They're selling you out. They're selling out your country. They're scamming you. They're scamming your family. They're scamming everybody. They're traitors. That's it. Cultural shift is the quickest method to change. Yes, you totally... What's the pro-fraud argument? that he's not a real journalist, that he was trying to record kids because he's a weirdo, and that it was on Christmas break. At what point does it need to make them happen for feel good helping actual Americans? You just have to create a social system where they feel good about it. These people are very simple animals. The moment that they get to feel good about doing something, then they'll just do it. These people will be supporting Hitler and turning in Jews in the 1940s. Okay? Like, this isn't like these people would be, they'd be catching runaway slaves and bringing them to your local fucking, sheriff so they can be sent back down to Alabama. They're not, these are not these morally good people that would have been helping Harriet Tubman on the Underground Railroad. They would have been helping capture the slaves. That's it. So all you need to do is change the social structure. That's all you have to do. And everything else will fall into place. How the fuck do you ignore fraud this rampant for 8 fucking years? Because they're afraid of going after it because it's called because it's racist. That's the reason why.
That money goes out the back.
It's pretty simple.
Investigators haven't released any details about what was found in yesterday's raid. The Office of the Inspector General said it will continue to investigate fraud in the program, saying child care fraud is especially egregious because in addition to exploiting taxpayer money, it harms the families and children.
Whatever happened to that?
Is intended to help.
Yeah, you think Somalians are problems? It's to sound like people that have 10,000 a year? No, I think that you're right. Like the Somalians, I don't really view that. Oh, here we go. Here's somebody.
Sure. So these were funds that were meant to go to help feed hungry people during the COVID pandemic, to help keep people in their homes who were at risk of homelessness. So first of all, if there is fraud there, that should be fully investigated, no matter.
No. The problem is that, and this is what a Karen does. A Karen will always cling to bureaucratic institutions of obfuscation to hide and deflect accountability. They're hiding inside of an infinite Russian nesting doll of layers of red tape, bureaucracy, rules, and different, expectations, systems, quotas, and everything. The reason why they do this is so nobody can ever really be held to a fault. These people do not need to investigate this. If that would have worked, it would have worked 20 years ago when this started.
Or where it is, whether it's in a Democratic-led state, a Republican-led state. I mean, let's pull back.
And also the investigations are used so they can basically kind of pause any sort of immediate action that's taken too. So they effectively, this is the same thing that people accused the Trump administration of doing with the Epstein investigation, is they said that, well, they're just trying to investigate it again so they can hold off releasing the files and actually doing anything about it. You see, remember this? This was like literally a week ago. This is the reason why they want this, is it's another appeal to bureaucracy.
So absolutely it should be investigated. The question is, why is this a priority in a different kind of way? The politicization of the DOJ and the FBI is undeniable. So whether they are reliable narrators is the big question. And this is
well, if you really believe that, you wouldn't want an investigation.
This is what happens when you weaponize and politicize federal agencies.
I think we need to weaponize it more. Like, I don't think the problem was weaponization. I think it's that we're not weaponizing it.
That are not meant to be,
we don't do even nearly enough.
And I think the American people are right to ask the question, well, can we trust you? And that's a sad thing to say as an American.
That's been the case for like 50 years. People didn't trust the JFK assassination.
Recall, too, that there's also...
They weaponize the systems, yes. Never be afraid to use a weapon on a person that would use against you.
Other scandals in other states, for example, the Mississippi welfare scandal. I mean, this is not unique to politics. Americans know that. But of course, the other factor here is that because it looks like the Somali population in Minnesota, the Somali immigrant population may have been involved in some way.
Yes.
Those people are being scapegoated, and that community...
No, they're the ones doing it.
...is being scapegoated in a way that certainly serves the far right.
There it is, right? And this is the narrative that they try to push forward. And that's it. Would you classify trafficking as child trafficking and the use of children for the purpose of exploitation in various ways? It is a serious crime or violation of human rights. Would this classify as trafficking? Well, I mean, in my opinion, I don't really care what you call it. You just go after them however you can. Holding people accountable equals scapegoating? Well, this is what they do, right? And again, it's very, very common that stuff like this happens. And this is also, by the way, this is in Massachusetts. Look at this. Here we go.
Oh, wow. Oh, this is a nice facility.
I am doing a story on Holiday Inns in the area, and I just wanted to ask a few questions.
And I'm gonna have to ask that you either stop recording or leave.
Oh, it's by Elliott Human Services.
Yeah.
This company I know, they charge $42 per meal from the taxpayer. What do you do for work here?
It's private property, you're trespassing.
Okay. Will you keep saying that?
You're trespassing. As soon as they say you're trespassing, you have to leave or
Okay.
you're arrested.
My name is John Featherstone. I'm a former migrant shelter director in Massachusetts. I helped out in a couple different sites. Everything is free. I cannot stress the word everything is free. Everybody has a nice car. Most of them have nice cars.
How do they get these cars?
But when they have a doctor's appointment in Boston, or they have a immigration hearing in New Hampshire, which is an hour and a half away, you think they use their own car? Nope. They say, "Oh, I need an Uber.
Yep.
I need."
And until here's the thing. This is what I want to do. People like this guy, they are the ones that need to be charged as co-conspirators and as collaborators in these crimes. You have to go after the individual people. You have to go after the security people, the people that are at the desks, the people that process the paperwork. You go absolutely scorched earth, Old Testament, no mercy, no exceptions. You go all the way on it. Lock them up. Yep, lock them up. They shouldn't have done it. Shouldn't have done it.
Is free. Everybody has a nice car. Most of them have nice cars. But when they have a doctor's appointment in Boston, or they have a
I'm just doing my job,
immigration hearing in New Hampshire, which is an hour and a half away, you think they use their own car? Nope. They say, "Oh, I need an Uber. I need a Lyft."
How much is given for rides for Uber and Lyft?
The amount of money that we would spend on Ubers and Lyfts was well in excess of $100.
Some kid that's just trying to make their fucking minimum wage. You want me to send it? You want me to bring them up on charges? Yeah, I do. I do. Absolutely. Because it sets an example. It sets an example that is so brutal and so extreme that it will scare the fucking shit out of anybody else that even considers thinking about doing this. Absolutely. I'm not doing it despite the fact that it's brutal. I'm doing it because it's brutal. That's the entire reason why you do it. That's the point. You have to do that. Yeah, yeah, exactly. And by the way, if you don't do that, it doesn't work. What if he gives up someone higher? Yeah, then I would be okay with that. If they scapegoat each other, and then, I'd be fine with that.
And Lyft.
The amount of money that we would spend on Ubers and Lyfts was well in excess of $100,000.
Ubers and Lyft are $100,000? That's insane. Oh my God.
A month, yeah. As good as Lyft and Uber had it, Amazon had it 10 times better.
Wow.
And how's that? How did Amazon work into this?
Every day I would order tens of thousands of dollars worth of product from Amazon every single day.
Yep.
7 days a week.
Can you see how these fake economic numbers like GDP are being artificially inflated by these, basically entire parasite systems and miniature economies that go into defrauding the taxpayer and reallocating American tax dollars to foreign invaders? Do you see this?
One day I would do a huge diaper delivery. The next day I would do a formula delivery. The next day I would buy, toothbrushes, diaper delivery. The next day I would do a formula delivery. The next day I would buy, toothbrushes and hair dryers and combs and strollers. Anything that they needed, they got.
Now, as I continued my way around the shelter, I noticed this school bus.
That is free daycare provided to the shelter.
Wow. That's great.
Wow. Okay, so every day they take the kids to a daycare center?
No, they come there and provide daycare right on site there.
Oh, right on site.
It's mind-boggling, isn't it? As the hotel got overtaken by migrant families, there was not enough capacity, and there were fights breaking out over washers.
They're fighting over washers and dryers. Oh, boy.
Dryers.
Yep.
So the state contracted this company to come in 5 days a week and do everybody's laundry.
So we have the state paying to do their laundry because they keep fighting over the washers and dryers. Wow. That's amazing.
You put your laundry out by 7 o'clock, it's back by 5 o'clock, and it all comes back folded in these nice bags.
That's nice.
And it's
I should get
free,
that.
or the taxpayers of Massachusetts pay for it. And
that's crazy.
The media wants to make it.
If you don't make an example of these people, it'll continue to get worse. It will. It will. And again, I don't have any animosity towards the migrants that are taking advantage of this. I know that might seem odd to you, and if you're angry at them, I can see why. But who I really have my animosity towards are the other Americans and the other citizens here that have sold us out so they can feel good. Those are the real traitors. Like, the migrants are just simply acting in their own best interest. These other people are acting against our best interests. Those are the people that we need to hold accountable.
Like most of the residents are escaping, the horrors of Haiti. But they go, well, I was in Chile.
They won't do anything. What does it take for them to actually do something? Here is what I think it needs to happen. I think every single person who is against this needs to tell the Republican Party, because I think they're the ones that are really going to put a stop to this, if anybody does, that if you don't deliver results and you don't have a actionable plan that is already, if you haven't already deported at least half of these people by the time the 2028 election happens, stay home. You're going to lose. Because the moment that I think random voters think that it's okay, well, you know what? Yeah, it's pretty bad, but that's okay. It's okay that it's bad because, the other way would be worse. Do not allow yourself to be trapped in between, ping-ponging between the lesser of two evils as you slowly lose more and more of your self-respect and your dignity. Another bad take like yesterday? Absolutely not. I am an accelerationist. I think that if the Republicans refuse to take decisive, direct, and extreme action, then we should let the Democrats win and let them take over and continue. continue making things worse until the public realizes that the decisive, direct, and extreme action is necessary. That's what I think we should do. Let it burn down. Let it burn down until people realize that there's a fire. It'll never happen. It will. Why should we pay taxes anymore? I don't like this. Why don't I like this idea? So lose it all in one go? Yes. Yes, absolutely. And let me explain why. Because they play on your fear. They play on your fear of the unknown. They play on your fear of the uncertainty of any sort of, oh, well, this is, well, it could get a little bit better. It could be 1% better. And then it'll get 10% worse, and it'll get 1% better, then 10% worse, then 1% better. No, that won't work. Of course it'll work. And also, even if it won't work, here's the best way to look at it. What is the incentive for them to do what you want if they've already got your vote? Really, think about that logically. Why should they do something that you want them to do if you're already going to vote for them? Logically, the only other way for them to get any other votes is for them to appeal to people that are doing things that you don't want. See, you don't understand. A lot of people don't understand leverage. This is the only leverage that we really have, is just not voting. And unless you're willing to let it burn down, you will lose. And I will give you an example. The Democrats, I think, successfully did this. They did. They successfully did this with the Israel-Palestine-Gaza conflict. The overwhelming majority of Democrat senators have openly and very plainly moved away from supporting Israel, and they have moved directly in the direction of Palestine. And one of the reasons why is because a lot of Democratic voters stayed home in 2024 because Kamala Harris would not condemn Israel. It worked. And they'll win in 2026? Exactly. And do you know why? Because it got worse for them. You don't think voting's already been compromised? Well, LMAO, yeah, that's the reason. Yeah, it's a big reason. Yeah, it was. Pull me up? Sure. Pull me up. Get the fuck out of here. Shut up. Shut up. You're fucking annoying. You're fucking annoying. You want me like, oh wow, please, like give me attention. I need my special attention. No, why don't you call the fucking day? It's not gonna happen. I don't believe in the don't vote method. I feel like that just gives more power to the people that will vote no matter what. I don't know what you mean by that.
For 10 years after the the earthquake in Haiti, and you're like, what? So you didn't leave Haiti like this year? No, I left 10 years ago and I went to Chile. And then they made us work. So then we went to Brazil and we were content in Brazil. And I'm like, well, why'd you come to America? Well, we came to America because Joe Biden told us everything was free.
Oh, that's pretty easy. Yeah, how about that? So yeah, and Polak got what he wanted. Yeah, he did. And that's why it's called, yeah. And do you think what do you think Kamala would have done as president? Probably just more of the same of what Biden did, right? I mean, that's generally what I would assume more than anything else. We're going to find this. Oh, there are 539 child care centers in Washington state that list Somali as their primary language. Many don't even give a street address. Oh, man. How about that, guys? Oh boy, here we go. Yeah, no, it's happening everywhere. It's not like it's in one place. It's everywhere this is happening in. I mean, do you really think that Minnesota has is there something in the water that makes people scammers there? There's over 4K daycares in Boston. That's not the point of not voting. If you aren't going to get the vote, you're going to lose and do better. It gets me to your vote. Stop blindly voting for people who aren't going to change anything. Yeah, I don't think that's what they should do either. What's the end game of not voting? The end game of not voting is to create a situation where people that know that they're going to be able to, that people feel like they have to perform actions and they have to do what you want in order for you to vote for them. The end goal of that is to make the people that you would vote for do what you want. And unless you're willing to sacrifice a lot, they won't really do that because it's hard to do. It's annoying. Having to explain this is crazy. Yeah, you need the leverage. That'll never happen. Of course it'll happen. It's very easy to do this. The thing is, you don't need to convince 52% of America to do this, or 51%. You need to convince 3%. Elections are usually won by like a few million people. It's not like Trump blew Kamala Harris out and it was like a fucking, you know, you know, 80% Trump. No, it was like 52 or 53%, right? Something like that, 51%. So you don't need to change a massive amount of people. You just need to change enough people to change the outcome of the election. A lot of people didn't vote. Yeah, exactly. No more free votes. Yeah, no more free votes. I like that. That's a good idea. Or are people willingly fuck themselves over just to make a point when they have a lot of problems? Not a very reasonable argument. Because a lot of problems that they have are because they wouldn't fuck themselves over earlier, and they chose the lesser of two evils so many times that it manifested a greater evil. That's the reason why. That's why we're in such debt. Yep. That's right. Fake ballots. Toss out the other side's ballots into ditches again. Well, then there's no point in voting anyway. Either way, there's no point in voting. Don't you think the segment of Democrats who didn't vote were the more extreme voters, though? The normies will still vote for the lesser of two evils? Yeah, of course. That's why I was saying you don't need to... of course you're not going to change everybody's mind. Of course not. In Minnesota, voters can vouch for 8 other people. Yeah, I know that. I know, it's so ridiculous. Enough people will never wake up to realize the simple fact that we have the power of the government to work for us. We just need an organized system to keep the hamster wheel up. Yeah, I agree with you. I totally do. So cut off the finger to save an arm? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's exactly what I'm saying. And if you don't cut off the finger to save the arm, the finger will slowly rot the arm and the rest of the body. That's what happens. Eventually, you do have to make a decision. So 539 childcare centers that are Somalian as primary language. I'm sure all of these are going to happen. What is this here? Bro, shut the fuck up. You're literally rich. You can afford for America to fall apart. You are no different than a white liberal with security housing voting to defund the police. Okay, sure. I mean, if you disagree with that and you want to see that, and you think that voting for J.D. Vance is going to make things better and it's going to improve your life, then go ahead and do it. But I don't think that's what's going to happen. I think it's just going to be a slow rot, and you're going to look back 5 or 10 years from now, and you're going to think to yourself, wow, all I did by voting is make my life worse. I think that's what's going to happen. Yeah, I mean, and again, you can make that decision yourself. Charged 98 individuals in relation to fraud in Minnesota. More than 60 have pled guilty or have been convicted. More to come. This is over time. There's no way you did all of this in 24 or 48 hours. This is bullshit. I wouldn't take it seriously.
According to the National Restaurant Association, menu prices are estimated to rise an additional 30% in 2026, with fast food prices having already increased by nearly 50% over the last decade. But with restaurants like McDonald's raising prices at nearly triple the national rate of inflation, how did the restaurant experience become just another way to fatten shareholders' pockets? While France is often credited for the origins of the restaurant as an elegant a la carte experience, the dining out culture that most of us recognize today was shaped by the American prioritization of a quick and affordable alternative for the working class, where McDonald's famously celebrated that a family of 4 could be served in under a minute for less than $1, establishing the foundation for an industry built on value, convenience, and consistency. But as decades of consolidation and price engineering push the industry away from that foundation, locally owned restaurants have struggled to survive under tightening margins, allowing the largest chains to exploit the lack of competition by increasingly raising prices.
I think there's absolutely greed involved in this. And I think it probably took place a few years ago. You know, people were getting, checks in the mail from the government, to help subsidize through COVID. And I think a lot of restaurants took the opportunity to jack their prices up at that point and cash in on that.
This is Patrick Terry, founder and CEO of Pete Terry's, an Austin-based hamburger chain now celebrating its 20th year anniversary with 37 locations and over 1,300 employees, where he discusses the repercussions the restaurant industry is now facing after corporate food chains have continuously prioritized profits over people.
The corporations in this country really are running this country, and they really are sucking it dry, and they really are leaving a lot of people with less, and affecting a lot of lives.
And the effects of this consolidation cannot be more evident than the rise and collapse of America's value menus. As McDonald's experienced historic growth throughout the 60s and 70s, strategic additions like the 63-cent Egg McMuffin in 1975, nearly 91% cheaper when adjusted for inflation compared to some locations today, allowed McDonald's to officially capture the morning customer, while the $1 Happy Meal turned itself into the most affordable choice for working families, fundamentally placing an enormous cost pressure that locally owned restaurants just couldn't compete with, where throughout the late 80s and 90s, McDonald's, Burger King, and Wendy's all participated in a race to the bottom with their value menus, ultimately turning the entire industry towards a business model that eroded profit margins and forced labor reductions, blurring the line between affordability and cheapness, while cementing the perception of fast food as low-quality meals served by underpaid staff. By the early 2000s, fast food had consolidated far beyond independent competition. McDonald's operated nearly 30,000 locations worldwide, almost 3 times larger than Burger King's roughly 11,000 to 12,000 restaurants, and 5 times larger than the size of Wendy's 6,000-unit footprint. And this expansion wasn't just limited to burgers. Chains across every category accelerated their growth. Denny's surpassed 1,500 units by 2005. Waffle House operated roughly 1,400 restaurants nationwide. IHOP reached about 1,200 units, and Subway exploded from roughly 13,000 restaurants in 2000 to more than 20,000 by 2005. And as these chains multiplied, traditional American diners, once the cornerstone of working class life, were priced out of operation, falling from roughly 6,000 locations in the mid-20th century to around 2,500 by the mid-2000s. And as the endless pursuit of competitive value menus and cheap alternatives gutted margins even further, franchise owners across the country were forced to raise prices while the industry as a whole leaned further into understaffed kitchens and underpaid labor, creating a model that failed to account for rising expenses or changing consumer behavior, ultimately abandoning affordability for the working class in order to preserve corporate profitability. And while independently owned restaurants still make up the majority of establishments today, these corporate chains now capture well over 60% of all restaurant profit nationwide.
You take McDonald's as an example, is they got out over their skis, and now they have to bring back a value menu because they lost that lower income customer that's not going to go in and drop $6.50 for a Big Mac. They're just not, because now their meal is going to be $12, and that's not what they're there for. And so they quickly realized, and I don't know how, frankly, they didn't see this coming, because they know how many meals they sell at a value price. They've got to know who their customer is at that level, and why they thought taking that menu away would lead to that same customer going in and buying a higher priced product is beyond me. I mean, I could have told them that wasn't going to happen. You've actually trained your customer to pay that price, and now you just take it away from them. It doesn't work that way.
And one of the most overlooked drivers behind the rising costs of eating out today is the level of consolidation inside America's food system. The top 4 firms, Tyson, JBS, Cargill, and National Beef, now control roughly 85% of U.S. beef processing, up from just 36% in 1980. Price-fixing allegations in these consolidated sectors have shown companies intentionally coordinating supply cuts, adding hundreds of dollars per year to the average family's cost of chicken, with similar patterns in pork and beef, enabling higher wholesale prices and allowing corporations to widen margins, even as restaurants raise menu prices to simply remain viable. At the same time, these companies have systematically acquired or pushed out smaller regional packers, forcing remaining producers into contract factory farming arrangements or out of business entirely. Since 1980, the number of hog farmers has fallen from roughly 667,000 to about 60,000, while average herd size has surged. And as corporations continue to post record profits, 99% of farmed animals in the United States are now raised in cruel factory farming environments, despite 3/4 of the public opposing these conditions. And this is why I use FarmKind. FarmKind empowers people to transform our food system for animals, people, and the planet. They identify organizations with proven effectiveness and pushing corporations to improve animal welfare within industrial farming, like reducing overcrowding and ending painful procedures without anesthetic. For instance, a recommended charity convinced McDonald's, Walmart, and Nestle to phase out caged eggs, making it easier for smaller humane farmers to compete. And instead of leaving impact to chance, FarmKind evaluates charities on measurable outcomes, cost efficiency, and verified track records, pinpointing where each dollar can produce the greatest measurable improvement. Their platform demonstrates the impact of contributions, showing that $15 a month can help almost 350 animals a year. And because FarmKind is grant-funded, 100% of donations go directly to these efforts. So if you want to support work focused on the structural issues behind rising food costs and the conditions that underpin them, use the link in the description or scan the QR code and use code DAMON to apply a 50% boost from larger donors. Thank you, FarmKind, for supporting this video.
So we don't use any of those 4. We use a family-owned processing plant here in Texas. But yeah, it reverberates. It's a national scam. It's a national tragedy, and everyone loses except the corporations that own and operate those. The rancher certainly loses. I mean, he's not getting his fair price for beef. They're controlling that, and it's heavy-handed. It's really bad. And they should be broken up. They shouldn't let them have that power. And yes, of course, it's passed on to the consumer, and of course the numbers aren't are inflated as a result. And yes, it's added to it.
One of the largest impacts behind both the consolidation of the meatpacking industry and the rise of mega fast food chains is how dramatically it has lowered the quality of food in most restaurants. Tyson alone supplies chicken to nearly every major brand chain, including KFC, Taco Bell, McDonald's, Burger King, and tens of thousands of local restaurants across the country, giving a single corporation unmatched influence over the cost and quality of the nation's protein supply. Ironically, before White Castle opened in Wichita, Kansas in 1921, most Americans believed that hamburgers were made from slaughterhouse scraps or spoiled meat, thanks to low-quality patties served at fairs, lunch counters and roadside carts, which is exactly why White Castle built their kitchens in full view of the customer, hoping transparency would rebuild public trust. But a century later, despite paying record high prices, the quality of restaurant food in America is once again a mystery. A 2018 study comparing chain restaurants in the US and UK found that American menu items contained significantly more calories, fat, sugar, and sodium, especially children's meals, with over 95% of items in both countries exceeding recommended nutrient limits, with the majority of fast food chains and local restaurants actually relying on factory-processed tenders and fillers that bear no resemblance to what consumers assume that they were paying for. And to just prove that most of this simply boils down to greed and cost-cutting measures, I compared the chicken that you're receiving at some of the most popular restaurants. And for full transparency, because P. Terry's is included on this list, I have not received a single dollar, discount, anything of the sort from P. Terry's. This is Mr. Terry's third time on the channel, and I'm simply just using this to highlight that a company can prioritize quality over squeezing every last cent out of the customer. When we compare the Tyson supplied McNuggets, I am absolutely not insinuating that Tyson supplies Chick-fil-A's nuggets, nor am I pointing out the strange timing of Chick-fil-A dropping its antibiotic-free pledge just 8 months after Tyson did. I would never suggest such a thing. Chick-fil-A's nuggets and the P. Terry's chicken bites, which I have seen be trimmed of excess fat and breaded in their kitchen with my own eyes, the difference becomes obvious. An 8-count from McDonald's has 386 calories, fat on fat on fat, and 20 grams of protein, with a long list of ingredients, all for between $5.99 and $6.49 here in Austin. Chick-fil-A's 8-count is 250 calories, 11 grams of fat, and 27 grams of protein, with an even longer list of ingredients, for $8.85 here in Austin. P. Terry's 8-count chicken bites come in at 300 calories, 13 grams of fat, and 42 grams of protein, made from 100% all-natural antibiotic-free ground chicken breast, with a very short ingredient list, all for exactly $5. And when we move to fast casual, the gap in value gets even clearer. Chipotle, which claims to source their chicken from humane producers, and I suggest you look into what is actually happening, sells a chicken bowl at 510 calories, 12 grams of fat, and 44 grams of protein for $10.40. The closest equivalent bowl I can make at Sweetgreen comes in at 500 calories, 27 grams of fat, and 27 grams of protein for $13.60, proving that while these food giants continue blaming every price increase on inflation, tariffs, or the economic ills of minimum wage, their refusal to plan for worsening conditions and their reliance on low-quality, factory-processed supply chains is now being priced entirely onto the consumer.
We determined that we were going to accept lower margins. We weren't going to make as much money per customer as we once did. That things had changed, and we were in this business for the long term, and that we would count on selling more food to more people and making it up that way. And so that's what's happened. It's the playbook. And again, I go back to guys in their ivory tower and VCs and companies that are publicly traded that are working off a spreadsheet and nothing else.
And while the average CEO is making over 300 times more than a typical employee, the imbalance becomes even more absurd at the top of the restaurant industry. The Starbucks CEO now earns nearly 7,000 times more than the median worker. And this is the same executive who, when he was running Chipotle, made nearly 3,000 times more than the average worker, where instead of using that wealth to build sustainable wages or fix an industry drowning in rising costs, these companies leaned on customers to subsidize labor through ever-increasing tipping prompts. And even with everything we've discussed today prompting many customers to return to local or casual dining, with places like Chili's seeing massive surges, the National Restaurant Association is still predicting that menu prices will need to rise another 30% throughout 2026, just to maintain a 5% profit margin. But unlike the mega chains, which can slash labor costs or automate entire roles, with the CEO of Burger King's parent company openly stating that Burger King plans to keep installing kiosks until the business is 100% digital as a part of a $400 million Reclaim the Flame branding re-effort that prioritizes everything from advertising to store renovations. Many local and casual dining restaurants are still trying to recover from lockdown losses, record food prices, and supply disruptions, forcing the more affordable sit-down options to either substantially raise prices or become almost fully dependent on their customers to subsidize wages through tipping, with the average tip percentage hovering around 20%, far surpassing every other category in the restaurant industry and increasingly pricing out millions of Americans who are already living paycheck to paycheck.
We never say, wow, I wonder what we could get for this. And when you approach it from that standpoint, wow, I bet we could get X. This is so good, bet we could get X. When menus are created that way, then prices will surely be higher. So what we say is, okay, we've created a really good sandwich. We worked really hard to keep our costs down to create this sandwich. And we want to sell as many as we can to as many people as we can. And so what's the price that will drive all of that? And so when you look at it from that standpoint, that yeah, we could always go up on our prices. Yes, we could. We know that. That's not a shock to us. But when you're saying, okay, yeah, but I want to feed everybody, because in those first 2 or 3 years that we ran Pete Terry's, that my wife and I were in the store, we also got to know our customers. And what we saw, and it's no different today than it was then, is we saw customers scrambling through their ashtray, looking for loose change, trying to get to the number that they owed us. We saw plenty of customers pull out their credit card and not worry about it. But we saw plenty that their car was in somewhat disrepair. They didn't have a lot of money, that this was a treat. One of my most memorable moments was a father, and he had 2 boys. I can see them right now. This was 18, 19 years ago. And I looked up, it was a Saturday afternoon, and all of a sudden I saw them in the window, at the walk-up window. And I realized that I hadn't seen them in a while. I used to see them every week. And I said, my gosh, where you guys been? And before the father could speak, one of the little boys said, well, Dad's had a tough time. So if you look at your customers as individuals, and you look at what they may or may not be going through, and that you're still trying to be there for them, you just run your business differently. You just do.
Right now, where I'm sitting, right here, there are 9 fast food restaurants. I can walk to 9 fast food restaurants. And all of them, other than Pete Terry's, absolutely sucks. I don't go to any of them, but they're just the worst of the worst. There's only 2 local owned restaurants. If I go there, there's not a shot I'm spending less than $45. There's just no way. And so while those 2 probably will survive because, I don't know, they're still somehow busy, the reality is that it just I don't know. It's just so disappointing. It is so disappointing to be a young person and to just see this corporatism taking over, just to see how everything is being manipulated and the monopolies, and you know that nothing's going to be done about it. Not a single thing. Something I just couldn't help but think about was how important, say, a sitcom like Seinfeld, a restaurant, at least in American culture, I think it's also common of, going and having coffee with a friend or things like that. But a restaurant, a diner, going and being able to sit there and talking with a friend, that was a massive part of the show. Now, imagine if they were doing that in McDonald's or Starbucks. It's losing that. And I think that I truly do think that the society is getting to that spot of you will own nothing and be happy. You won't be happy, but you won't own anything. And to force you into your homes or force you away from community gathering and to glue you onto your phones or to the next consumer good or to dissociate you from life in whatever way you can or whatever way they can. And I just think that that's a real shame. And so I want to stress how important it is of supporting the businesses that do care, that do prioritize the customer, that do provide fair wages. For me, it's personally P. Terry's. Now, when I graduated high school, I felt unbelievably lost. I wanted to provide value to people. I really care, and I've said it many times on the channel. All I have wanted to do since I was younger was to rid people suffering. I just want people to be happy, or at least at peace. That has been like my number one priority. But when I looked at my friends, they were all going to college and they wanted to be, an engineer or work in finance or a business major. And that just wasn't me. And so I went to my favorite location, the William Cannon location. I sat at my local spot. I was having my regular meal. And I ended up looking up, who is P. Terry's. And I read the Austin Statesman, and it said Mr. Terry gave why he created the hamburger stand. And what he wanted to do was to be able to provide value to customers at a fair price, quality food at a fair price. And all that mattered to him at the end of the day was that the customer enjoyed it. And it was the first time in my life I had the North Star that providing value to someone was okay, that I could do that somebody else was doing it, so could I. And I think that many of you guys would see throughout my channel, look at us from 18 to where I am now, how much of that has been intertwined into this channel. And now he's been on the channel 3 times. And here recently, I'll be honest, I was struggling unbelievably bad. And I won't say that I was thinking about not making videos anymore, but I was having a really hard time. And I reached out to Mr. Terry and I said, hey, do you mind if I just have a phone call with you? I just want to ask you some questions. And we ended up talking for about 30 minutes. And then he said, I actually want you to come into the headquarters. Let's just talk about some things. I think it might be better for an in-person conversation. And then he gave me about an hour and 15 minutes of his time. And I walked away and I am still feeling so much more confident in what it is that I'm doing. That is just one business person here in Austin, Texas, that truly cares about providing value. I just think that if we do look hard, there are those places. And whatever that means to you, try to support them, even if it's just going in there and just saying, hey, I really appreciate what it is that you're doing. I wish I could buy something, or I wish I could support in this way, but I just want to let you know that I appreciate it, or share it with other people. Just try to get the message out. I just think that really matters right now. Whatever piece of hope that we can get. For me, the hope comes from a burger stand, but other people might be a bowling alley or a bookstore or a library or something. And I think right now it's really crucial that we hold on to those moments and we try to protect it in whatever way we can. I really think 2030, we're going to be seeing an entirely different economy. And I unfortunately think that the majority of people will not have a say in that economy. I'm going to try to do whatever I can to at least help in whatever way I can. But I think that it's important that we begin to recognize that. And, I'm just really sorry that many of you guys are having to not only not be able to go enjoy a restaurant meal once a week or whatever, but you can't even afford groceries. So you're just missing meals entirely. And I just don't think that's right. But, I hope that Mr. Terry's message was able to give you some hope that there are good people out there. And even if you don't know of those locations, you're in those fast food deserts, kind of like I am. If this channel can give you some hope that there is somebody that genuinely cares and just wants to do better, then I would be honored to be that too. So anyway, I hope this was able to provide some value to you. Until next time, bye-bye.
This might actually be the most misleading headline of all time. Over the last 2 years, major restaurant chains of all time. Over the last 2 years, major restaurant chains across America have sat empty for too long, and now they're being forced to close their doors for good. But the reason for all of this might surprise you, because these restaurants didn't go broke because of endless shrimp or inflation, and we can't actually blame it all on private equity either. So what really caused these iconic chains to shut down? And why does eating at a restaurant feel almost pointless and overpriced in 2025?
I just want to know, when as a society we got to this point.
When did fast food restaurants become the same price as a 5-star restaurants.
We cannot go out to lunch or dinner without spending $50+, and we don't even drink. At Chili's!
In 1969, this man had an idea. At the time, restaurants received all of their ingredients from all over the place. They had their beef supplier who brought the burger patties, they had their produce supplier who brought the lettuce, and they had their dairy farmer who brought fresh milk. As you can imagine, this was anything but efficient. And it was even harder on the suppliers who had to find customers, supply them with what they needed when they needed it, and sell their product at a decent price. But it was all they knew at the time, until John Baugh came along. He realized that there was strength in numbers, and by coming together as a group of suppliers, they would be able to control the market. So in 1969, he merged 9 different regional food distributors under one roof and called it Systems and Services Company, otherwise known today as
Cisco.
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 In 1970, he took the company public and started his all-out assault on the US Food Network. By 1981, Cisco became the largest distributor in America and continued swallowing up regional players piece by piece, leaving us today with 2 major food suppliers we see every day in every restaurant parking lot: Cisco and US Foods. Cisco even tried to buy US Foods in 2013, but it was eventually blocked by the government because of the risk of a monopoly. Now, I don't say all of this to give you a random history lesson, but this series of acquisitions and takeovers is the very foundation of the problem we're seeing today. Because once you control the supply to every restaurant, you get to make the rules. And that's exactly what Cisco is doing. If we take a look at this chart, we start to see some hints as to what is going on. As we all know, in 2020, the restaurant industry was all but decimated because no one was eating out, which meant Cisco saw a pretty severe drop in earnings, which was to be expected. But in 2022, once restaurants were open again, we see something interesting. Cisco saw a 159% increase in earnings, which feels a little off because we were all there in 2022. It wasn't like the restaurant industry just exploded overnight and everybody was dining out again. In fact, inflation was running wild at the time and everything was way more expensive, which meant most people didn't have the money to spend on a night out, but Cisco continued to grow. And the reason for this is a strategy they created in late 2021. As their costs increased in price, Cisco stopped focusing on their overall profit margin and instead moved their attention to gross profit per case. This allowed them to raise individual prices on actual units of food like a box of lettuce, passing on about 13.5% of the inflation spike to the restaurants, which in turn led to a massive jump in revenue for Cisco. But that alone isn't the reason the restaurants are going out of business. Although the revenue jumped, Cisco didn't suddenly see a spike in actual profit because all of their costs increased as well, from delivery fees to storage fees and everything in between. But the spike does explain why everything tastes the same now. These spikes are not only important to watch in your business, but also in your personal life, because unlike a business, you can't really operate in a loss with your personal finances. And that's why a tool like Monarch Money is so important. I've personally been using Monarch for about 2 years now, and it is by far my favorite tool for budgeting and just keeping an eye on everything. My wife and I are currently saving to buy a house, and at the end of every month, I check all of our income and expenses before moving money into our savings account. In the past, that meant I was opening 25 different tabs to check our bank accounts, investment accounts, and credit cards, but with Monarch, that's no longer an issue. Monarch is a private and ad-free platform, which means you are actually the customer and not just the product. Your data won't be sold to the highest bidder, and you won't get any ads. Monarch also syncs with over 13,000 institutions, allowing you to skip the 25 tabs and just see everything in one simple dashboard. As we're saving up for the house, Monarch makes it easier than ever to create a custom goal and automatically update it with our progress. And when it's time to sit down at the end of the month with my wife, there's no explaining what this number means or what that number means because it's all right there and simply broken down. I cannot recommend Monarch enough. It's a tool that I use every day, and as a supporter of the channel, they are offering you 50% off your first year using the code GRANT50 or by scanning the QR code right here to access your free trial. Thank you again to Monarch for sponsoring today's video. Now let's get back to the monopoly that is Cisco. When you open a restaurant and register your account with Cisco, which you pretty much have to do because they're the only option, you receive a catalog. That catalog contains just about any item you could ever need for your restaurant. Burger patties, fresh lettuce, cheese, mozzarella sticks, pre-made beef Wellingtons, you get the idea. And you're gonna pay the price that Sysco decides because you can't really shop around. But in order to have a catalog this big, you need some fancier ingredients. And these fancy ingredients are designed for logistics, not necessarily taste. For example, do you ever wonder why all pizza chains have perfectly melted cheese? Their crust might be different, their boxes are definitely different, but the cheese is always perfect. I've personally made a lot of pizzas at home, and I've never achieved the picture-perfect cheese pull you get from a fresh Domino's or Pizza Hut pizza. Well, there's actually a reason for this. There's this company in Denver that's been making cheese for over 75 years. And their sole focus is mozzarella. You've probably never heard of them, but they supply almost every major pizza chain in America, and their main goal is to optimize cheese to its maximum potential. Leprino Foods has over 50 patents on their cheese, from how it melts to how it's made, and how they can pre-shred it and ship it 3,000 miles to a pizza chain without it going bad. And because they own the market, they pick the price. Similar to Sysco, the restaurants just kind of have to deal with it or somehow piece together a nationwide network of smaller suppliers while trying to create a uniform experience across all of their locations. As you can imagine, this is pretty much impossible for a nationwide chain, which is what forces the restaurants to use the monopolies in the industry, making them bigger and stronger while we're left eating the same food just on a different plate at all these major restaurants. But if there's one business model that loves standardization, that's private equity. Now, private equity is the typical scapegoat for situations like these failing restaurants, basically taking a good thing, stripping it down to the bare minimum, and then running it into the ground at the expense of the consumer. But in this case, it's not necessarily the sole reason for these restaurant failures, but it is a piece to the puzzle. Red Lobster, TGI Fridays, and Hooters are some of the more recognizable chains that were owned by private equity, and they all filed for bankruptcy at some point over the last 5 years. Each of these chains fell victim to the classic private equity playbook, which, to PE's credit, does work sometimes. In these cases, it didn't. If we return to Red Lobster, we see the perfect example. Golden Gate Capital bought Red Lobster in 2014 for $2.1 billion and immediately sold off all of the real estate that the restaurant sat on. This added a massive line item to every restaurant location because they were now having to pay rent on the land that they used to own. This is a classic move PE will make to try to bring in immediate cash after an acquisition, and sometimes it works, but most of the time it severely impacts the underlying business. In this case, it didn't really work out for them, and they ended up selling 49% of the company to a seafood supplier called Thai Union. And Thai Union can be thanked for the endless shrimp deal. As a seafood supplier, they thought they could cash in on both their seafood and their new restaurant chain by pushing an unlimited daily special of bottomless shrimp. What they didn't realize was the power of TikTok and YouTube.
Today, we're going to Red Lobster to find their all-you-can-eat shrimp deal. Let's go.
Red Lobster has an all-you-can-eat endless shrimp deal for $20. Let's get it.
Now we got the crispy dragon shrimp over here. Ooh, you can see this one looks like nicely glazed, big piece of shrimp.
I ate all 8 of them.
For $20, you get a pretty good deal.
Prior to the Thai Union acquisition, Red Lobster had a pretty diverse network of seafood suppliers. They did this specifically to keep their costs down and not be under the control of one entity. But PE does what PE does, and they were forced to standardize everything and consolidate their suppliers. This consolidation in turn leads to higher prices because the main suppliers like Sysco and US Foods know you have nowhere to go, and they can just push you around and tell you what you're going to pay. Between selling off real estate, consolidating suppliers, and just overall poor decision making, restaurants like Red Lobster, Hooters, and TGI Fridays have all but faded into the background of the American mind, leaving us with countless fast casual restaurants and slot bowls that are now all starting to taste and look the same. And as prices have increased and margins have gotten tighter and tighter, restaurants have been forced to hire logistics consultants and supply chain managers. Because it's no longer important to just order what you need every week, it's now a game of cost reduction, shelf life management, and product consistency, while flavor falls to the bottom of the list. Instead of a chef making the menu, it's the consultants designing something that is easy to supply and the least likely to be recalled. After all, we all know what happened at Chipotle in 2015.
Breaking news, the CDC now investigating investigating another outbreak of E. coli linked to Chipotle.
More cases have been reported in the Northwest. Dozens of restaurants temporarily closed, and now the company is taking aggressive action to get to the bottom of that outbreak.
Chipotle is a prime example of something that was once great turning into just another bland bowl because of incentives. After the E. coli outbreak in 2015, Chipotle had to rethink how they did things, and instead of shipping every individual restaurant fresh ingredients and raw meat to cook on site, they started pre-cooking, pre-shredding, and pre-chopping everything in a central location, and then shipping all the pre-made items to the restaurant, who then just reheat it and serve it to us. And Chipotle isn't the only one. This is now a common practice among most restaurants because it's the least likely way to get sued. But most of the time, it's the most likely way to make food that all taste the same, which leaves you and me with the choice of deciding which overpriced slop bowl to get today that isn't even fresh. But the saddest part of the decline in restaurants is that it doesn't just affect the nationwide chains who are forced to standardize, it also hurts the local mom and pop restaurants in your area because they're all forced to buy from either Cisco or US Foods. They don't have any bargaining power. When you're a nationwide chain like Chipotle, you have enough pull to argue for lower prices, but when you're a one-off restaurant, you just have to pay what they tell you. And when they're passing on 13% price hikes because of inflation, it could put you out of business. But beyond that problem, we as consumers have standardized bland food. These national chains have set a new low baseline for consumer expectations, leaving us just wanting fast, consistent, and cheap food. So your local sandwich shop that makes the best sandwich you've ever had has to charge more, which in turn drives most customers away in 2025. This leads us to a decline in new people wanting to become chefs in America because they don't get paid, they don't get to make the menu themselves, and they work a ridiculously stressful job. Whether or not you've noticed the decline in restaurant goers or the increase in prices, it's hard not to argue that buildings and signs that were pinnacles of our community are slowly disappearing. Some of them for good reason, but for the others, it's almost like we're seeing these bad decisions that were made finally coming to a head all at once. After all, restaurants are notoriously some of the hardest businesses to run, no matter what level you're at. And I hope after this video, you understand that it can't be boiled down to just one villain. Sure, private equity played a part, Cisco played a part, and inflation definitely had its impact. But if we bring it together, it's on us as the consumers to fix this problem. You have to stop buying low quality, logistically optimized food and start spending your money where it matters. If you want more good restaurants, you need to support the good restaurants and force the market to compete on taste and quality again, not just on who can serve the fastest, most convenient meal. I hope you enjoyed this video. This is going to be the last one for 2025, and I truly can't.
Hello, guys and gals, me Mutahar, and I'm reporting to you from the dystopia we live in. Now, you know, ladies and gentlemen, I realize that a lot of the stuff talked about this year has been very, very negative, but to be fair with you, I think with a lot of negativity, there is actually a lot of silver linings and positivity to look forward to. Let me just take my meds really quickly. And ladies and gentlemen, to give you an idea, this is a Nintendo 3DS XL. That was $186 a couple days ago. And I was like, did they figure out how to run a chatbot on this device? Now, I've been playing a lot of Resident Evil 5 Mercenaries 3D on this. You know, it's crazy to think we lived in a time where game optimization allowed you to run goddamn Resident Evil Mercenaries on a 3DS. But, you know, times have changed. Ray tracing is a thing, and 30 frames per second is becoming the norm. Duplicated by fucking frame generation, and you get 60. Maybe 100. Anyways, but the reality is I think people are just lining up to get these 3DSs because they yearn for a pretty good system, even though for the same price you can get yourself one of these AIM Thors and experience those same 3DS games in proper style. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, to get back to the story over here, this is not about the 3DS, okay? To give you an idea, our shit is getting so expensive. When it comes to PCs, you know, I used to watch a lot of PC-centric channels on the internet, I really did. Like, I'd always love watching, like, the gaming computer builds, but to be real with you, I've kind of fallen off a lot of it, mostly because, honestly, looking at how expensive computer prices are is, like, frankly, one of the most depressing fucking things, especially if you're a gamer like me. So if you look at the prices for some of these things, like 16 gigabytes of DDR memory, $49 in August 2025, by the end of the year, $189! Oh, shit! You know, you ever wanted to get yourself like a little hard drive, like a Western Digital Blue, not even the best, $45 back in August, you know, it's affordable. $102, literally double the price increase. I love this shit. 64 gigs of memory. It used to be $190 in August 2025. Like, I'm not even joking with you. It used to be that cheap to buy 64 gigs of memory. You might be like, whoa, what the fuck was I gonna do with $90 in August 2025? Like, I'm not even joking with you. It used to be that cheap to buy 64 gigs of memory. You might be like, whoa, what the fuck was I gonna do with 64 gigs of memory in my system, Muda? The question is, what are you gonna do now that it costs $800? It's goddamn insanity. But you know, I could sit here and talk about like these. I think that was the Microsoft assassin willing to find out, because you know I'm about to mention Linux in this video. But to give you an idea, it's not really about the prices that are kind of the issue. You know, ultimately, I feel like we're headed towards a direction where a lot of these big gaming companies, or a lot of these like tech companies in general, particularly I would say Nvidia, actually might enjoy that you buy less of their stuff. Because ultimately, gamers are getting less of the actual hardware delivered to them because we're losing the manufacturers, we're losing some of these like big tech companies, and they're mostly filling their orders in for the big data centers and shit out there. Like, I was reading somewhere that OpenAI literally like just basically stole or grabbed or bought like the most massive bulk order of actual RAM that you could find out there, basically starving out the competition. Now, this really isn't that big of a joke, too. OpenAI, which is by far one of the largest companies, or the guys that make ChatGPT, secured up to 40% of the world's DRAM supplies. That means the world, buckos. And basically what that means is they work with Samsung, SK Hynix, which if you remember, these are like one of the 3 main companies that produce this kind of stuff. So here they brought approximately 900,000 wafers per month. Basically what it means is that this stuff is intended for something they call the Stargate Data Research Center, which, if anybody doesn't know, this is the US's like literal military response to China, like how the United States wants to be the #1 in artificial intelligence. And apparently they have a budget of like $500 billion. Remember, this is your tax money. This is Uncle Sam's money. All of you contribute to the US government, and this is the money they're spending to be #1 in AI. So remember this, okay? The reason why AI is super duper winning right now and not gaming is because the US government basically backs all of these, they basically back this entire project. So the AI bros have effectively convinced the US government, and same thing going on in China, same thing going on in the big countries in the world, to basically spend an astronomical amount of money on this shit. And remember, there is no way in hell that you're winning economically in a battle of finances between with the US government. It's just not happening, okay? This country will spend so much money, it actually will blow your mind. You know, because that's where we're at in this stage. So of course I saw this thing with like Nvidia where according to them, they were actually going to make it so that if you were going to be purchasing their Nvidia GeForce Now, which is cloud streaming, like basically where you rent a computer from the sky, starting on January 1st, Ultimate and Performance memberships have a high monthly max playtime of 100 hours. So obviously they said this change will impact literally less than 6% of people, because you have to understand, right? Playing 100 hours a month is probably not feasible for most people. Like, you know, if you got life, kids, a job, all that kind of shit, probably don't even have a couple hours a week sometimes to game, depending on how extensive your shit is. But I always think this is the start of something really bad. You know, imagine now when we used to have like unlimited allowance, these services are not only asking us to give them $10 a month just to get the ad-free services, and again, they bill the ad-free because they're probably going to introduce options where, you know, you're playing a video game and all of a sudden you have to see like Blue Chew ads and shit. Yeah, that's the future that I love. That's the future that I crave for. So again, to purchase and rent these RTX systems, you have to pay like $20 a month. And that includes the shortest queue times, so you get in front of all the other people for your cloud gaming, 8-hour session lengths for anybody that wants to play decently long on their system, and of course access to all of those frame generation reflex technologies that, you know, people just use to get better. You know, instead of optimizing the fucking game these days, just generate the frames. So yeah, this is the stage we're at, where we're literally just paying monthly for like gaming computers in the cloud. And I think for a lot of these companies, they might just enjoy the fact that, you know, people don't have access to actual hardware, meaning that they don't have actual access to the games and software that they own. Imagine if everything is stored up in the fucking cloud. Just imagine the DRM nonsense that you know, the whole stop killing games movement, which is actually doing pretty good, by the way, and we'll probably focus on that in the next couple days. But, you know, imagine we live in a world where, you know, we buy a video game and it's really just a license to a game that's hidden behind cloud server paywalls. Yeah, we're at a point where I wouldn't even doubt by the time GTA 7 comes out, we'll be gaming in the cloud, meaning that we won't even have access to a physical copy of that game or actually have the ability to run it locally, meaning that the games will never be able to get pirated, which is probably what these companies want. But that also means games, you know, will probably never be able to be modded because without having access to a file structure, it's just not going to happen. But again, this is obviously me looking far into the future in a very negative, pessimistic manner. Now again, am I wrong? I guess we'll find out in 10 fucking years. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, there is a bit of optimism that I see over here. Now obviously, with how expensive a lot of these things have become, to be completely real with you, it hasn't taken away my love for video gaming. Actually, I've been gaming more than I probably have been. I don't know whether it's like me waiting for Resident Evil 9 to come out, but these are the games that I've been playing recently, okay? As you can imagine, I have a pretty heavy focus towards survival horror. But a lot of these games are probably older than some of you people watching. Like, I'm pretty sure that there's some people who are watching this video that were born after the release of Half-Life 2, Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, Grand Theft Auto Vice City. Hell, I've been playing some of the older Resident Evil games on the PlayStation 1 of all things. Like, I whipped out the old, you know, system, emulated PlayStation 1 games on it and having a fucking blast playing video games. In fact, one thing that I've kind of realized is as expensive as these hardware prices have gotten, one of the things that like I've just done is kind of dug out older parts, put an older computer together, and actually just ran things like EmuDeck underneath it. Now, one of the cool things about this is that if you actually look into the Linux community, one of the big positives is that Linux distributions have been surprisingly growing as fast as they can. Now, I'm not going to say it's the year of the Linux desktop. That's a level of copium that even I can't fucking deal with on my channel, okay? But Bazzite is one of those Linux distributions that I've showed you probably in the last like year or 2 years. I've actually been hyping this up for a fair bit. And basically, for anybody that doesn't know, it's one of the most gaming-centric Linux distributions where literally if you don't know anything about Linux and you just want to game off of Windows, download this distribution, install it on your computer, and it pretty much comes with everything you would ever need built right into the system. So if you want to play games like Sea of Thieves, Forza Horizon 5, Marvel Rivals, they work out of the box on a distribution like this. No command lines, none of that complicated nerd shit. It just runs your fucking games. In fact, probably faster than Windows because literally all of the launchers you probably would ever need are built right into the thing. Now, the reason why it's been succeeding a little bit is that if you actually look at the amount of monthly visitors and the downloads to this, people have been downloading ISO files and obviously installing them onto their systems, obviously breaking themselves from Microsoft Windows. Now, whether it's because they can't upgrade to Windows 11 or they've just gotten so tired of Windows 11 breaking and forcing AI slop onto them that they have decided, I'm just going to count it quits and just switch over to Linux, which this is an amazing Linux distribution to actually go to. In fact, I pretty much install Bazzite on almost every single handheld gaming PC I own that isn't the Steam Deck. But obviously for me, like my main distribution is probably CachyOS. But again, for people that literally just want to use Linux to game and they don't want to deal with any of the nerdy headache stuff, which I obviously understand, this is where you probably want to go with. And then of course, installing things like EmuDeck have made it where I have literally produced and made my own retro gaming box for quite honestly a fraction of the cost. You really don't need any crazy hardware to emulate games like Spyro the Dragon, emulate games like Resident Evil Code Veronica, which is pretty much all I've been playing for the last few days. Like, I've been on such a survival horror kick. And one of the things that I can kind of really appreciate is with a lot of older games, I genuinely feel like there are just older games in general that have not just more soul to them, but honestly just more, it's just more worthwhile playing some of these older titles, especially older games from generations that I missed out on, simply because, you know, as a kid, as a teenager, you can't just fucking buy every single game for all these older systems. And looking at the retro gaming community, there ain't no fucking way I'm going to the stores and buying like $8,000 Dreamcasts, you know, $300 copies of video games, when in most cases, a lot of these companies have went defunct and a ROM file exists out there easily to grab just if you want to play a video game, right? I'm not a crazy retro game collector. I'm somebody that actually plays video games versus coveting the fucking thing on my actual like shelf. I think one of the best parts actually about like some of these prices going up for a lot of the hardware is that I think for a lot of companies going forward, I think there's going to be more of a focus on things like optimization. Like one of the things that I saw was apparently because of how expensive just RAM alone is, forget the fact that SSDs are also going up in prices, it's made it so that it turns out a lot of those consoles like the PlayStation 6 and whatever the future of the Xbox and Nintendo is, those are things that are going to be slowed down simply because obviously producing the hardware is going to come at such a significant cost where trying to sell that to the consumer in an economy like ours is just not that feasible. And I think it's actually a good thing because ultimately, even playing something like the PlayStation 5, I feel like personally it's a generation of gaming that hasn't actually made it anywhere, you know, to really show off its true potential yet. I feel like a lot of the games that I'm playing are simply just extensions of PlayStation 4 games with just higher resolutions and slightly better frame rates, if anything, right? Ultimately, I'm still waiting to see how beautiful games can really look when they exclusively are made for the PlayStation 5. You know, when you look at games like Grand Theft Auto 6 and Resident Evil Requiem, these are the only two games I'm necessarily excited for, and it's really just GTA 6 that feels like it's the one game that actually is using the hardware to its real, honest potential, right? Like, it's the only game that looks like it belongs on the PlayStation 5, and honestly, I haven't really seen any other game this generation, personally speaking, that's really blown my mind away. I think the closest thing might have been something like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and even that game felt like something that probably could have been ported onto the PlayStation 4 if the development team really wanted to push that there. But that's just my personal belief on the matter. Ultimately, at the end of the day, one of the biggest issues with these prices is where the world of artificial intelligence is going. Now, obviously, look, there's so much depressing shit we can say about AI. The amount of scams that have happened because of artificial intelligence has risen through the fucking roof. Let's not forget the fact that pretty much most videos that you watch, short form especially, are mostly AI-generated slop. And anytime I see an AI-generated video, I'll be completely fucking upfront with you. It turns me off so much because I know that's the reason why a stick of RAM costs more than gold these days is because somebody's rendering these goddamn fucking dog videos for literally every grandmother on the internet to watch to their heart's content. The amount of information that is constantly stolen and repurposed by these AI companies, while literally an actual like ISP will send me a letter in the mail simply because I downloaded a fucking video game from 20 years ago, is actually mind-bogglingly baffling to me. Like, it's one of those things that just kind of like radicalizes you in the most negative manner. But of course, with things like artificial intelligence, people are now fearing like, yeah, I'm going to lose my goddamn job in the future. But then there's like a bunch of these utopia-wanting nerds, especially tech bros, that are like, we're going to live in an age of abundance where literally my only question is, if robots and AI are doing all these jobs, what the fuck are we going to be doing sitting at home? How are we actually going to be earning an income? What are we going to be doing? It's literally this crazy utopia that a lot of these tech bros have sort of pushed onto us. And whatever your views are on the AI bubble and everything, the effects that it's causing right now are just purely a net negative. When that bubble does burst, and burst it will, because plenty of these bubbles have come into the past and they've also burst, it's going to be a real reckoning that honestly the only way to really avoid it is to take your mind off things. And for me, a lot of that is just playing like older retro video games through the power of emulation, getting them running on a box that, you know, ultimately has open source Linux installed into it. I think in the future, what's going to be interesting is seeing a lot of hardware crash down and a lot of e-waste generate too, simply because of the direction of some of these proprietary systems like Microsoft forcing users to go onto Windows 11 and cutting off a whole slew of users simply because of hardware restrictions on Windows 10. I think for a lot of people,
this guy, they interviewed him. The Quality Learning Center has now been interviewed.
The YouTuber that was making the claims, you were here earlier today. I came here at 1 o'clock. You were here. Where are you now? You claim we're closed. You claim we're fraud. Where are you? Why are you not here right now? It's like,
why aren't you recording us while we're putting on this obvious performance to look like we're not defrauding? You've got to be fucking retarded. Like, how are you fucking, like, how can you be this retarded? This is crazy.
You're trying to...
It still says learning. Look at it. It's like, dude, this is out of like fucking Reno 911 or Portlandia or something. It's like, I'm trying to think of another like satire show. It's like, this is the, you know, the Parks Department at like Parks and Recreation. That's like the dumb person, right? It's like Zoolander 3. You know, Derek Zoolander gets appointed to be governor of Minnesota.
Put out a certain message about a certain group. I'm not going to make that claim. I don't want to make that claim without me knowing him personally, but that's what it seems like he's doing.
Oh, okay. So it's all about you being Somalian. Right, of course. That's the real problem. So you know what's funny about this is that according to that other video, you got roached out by your own guys. So I don't think anybody's making this about every Somalian when a lot of the whistleblowers are also Somalians. They're saying, hey, you know, this is fucking ridiculous. I gotta say something about this. Just total bullshit.
His front. Where are you right now? He was here earlier. He was recording us. We had no issue with it. We told him, hey, just get off our property. You can record. No, he's not here. He came outside of those hours.
What does it say here? The quality of the learning center, says YouTuber Nick Shirley, dropped by hours before the center was over. A sign on the door says it's open from 2 to 10 p.m. We witnessed about 20 kids get dropped off Monday afternoon, days after the YouTuber accused them of not having any kids. Anybody who believes this stuff is the kind of person who would have been naturally selected. But we live in such a safe society, they're multiplying. That's what's happened. So if you actually believe this, like, what are we doing? Krasenstream believes it. He doesn't believe. They are lying retards. This is why you can't debate and argue with these people. They will look at somebody that gets caught for fraud, who then stops doing the fraud, and then say, see, it didn't happen. That's the way they think. And why do they think like that? Because they don't want it to be true. They're not logical. They're not rational. They don't look at what makes sense. They come to a conclusion, and then they work backwards to justify it. Even if it's true, there's still no windows and the glass is blacked out, and the shit got shut down, and they can't spell the fucking sign, and they locked them out, and they wouldn't give her the ability to even sign the kid up. They didn't even give the paperwork, and they opened a door, and there was nobody there. There was no crying babies or anything like that. They think with their emotions, not the right. They're so fucking stupid. It's amazing. It's crazy. Such dishonest people. Absolutely.
Outside of those hours, and then claim, hey, they're closed, and they're still making money. They're using taxpayer money to work, and it's like you don't come outside of operational hours and then say they're using taxpayer money. That was completely false. As you can see, we're open Mondays through Thursdays, 2 to 10 p.m. He was here earlier. I don't see him right now. So it's like, are you trying to record that we're doing fraud, or are you trying to put the Somali name and the fraud in the same sentence?
This shit is not gonna work, guys. Like, y'all gotta stop doing this. This shit is so embarrassing. You got caught with your hand in the cookie jar. You had to happen. But wait, I put the cookie back. Why aren't you? Wait, shouldn't you be happy because I just put a cookie in the cookie jar? No, bro, you took it out earlier. What do you mean?
That's what really hurt us the last couple of days. We're open. We've been open. We haven't closed. We've been open for eight and a half years now. We haven't closed once during that period. So I want to touch on that first. The second thing is,
doesn't that mean that the violations were then not actually done properly? Because if they had that many violations and they never got closed in order to fix and solve the violations, then I feel like also that's really just another indictment on the federal government or the state government. They haven't missed a paycheck. I bet they haven't missed a paycheck. It's interesting how kids, after there were no kids there, but now 20 kids show up for daycare, even after a person who lives there says he's never seen any kids go in or out of the building. 2 people said that. It was the guy that was doing the interview with him, and then also the random guy on the street. So at a certain point, you have to really wonder what's going on here. And then especially whenever another news station did like a camera outside of one of these places, and it showed that they were billing the state for like 100 kids, and there were 3 kids that came in. It still says luring, for fuck's sake. Yeah, it's so ridiculous.
Kind of laughable is the sign. We messed up the sign. We paid somebody to do our sign. He incorrectly did it. We're having him work on it. We paid him to correct the sign. He said it'll be done by this week. So by the end of this week, our sign will be fine.
The sign's going to be fine by the end of the week. I wonder how long it's been not fine.
Third thing, which is the fraud claim. There's no fraud going on whatsoever. Kids come to us, clients come to us, their parents come to us. They're here daily. They leave on time. They come on time. There's no fraud going on whatsoever.
There's no fraud. Okay, well.
Where those claims came from, I mean, if a group of people does fraud, you don't paint the brush with everyone in that group.
You're doing that. Nobody else is doing that until you started doing it. No, see, you don't understand. No, see, they hate everybody that's Somalian. No, we didn't all do it. No, of course not. But, like, you want to go after everybody, but, like, because you're racist because you're saying we all do it. No, we're not saying that. But why are you saying all of us do it? Oh, my God. Not once did a YouTuber say anything about all Somalian. Yeah, it's crazy that people just will let themselves be lied to whenever they agree with something. It's so embarrassing. People like this used to try to be friends with tigers back in the day, and these problems would solve themselves. But nowadays, we have to let these people run wild and they can vote. I keep telling you guys, we need to stop people from voting. We do. We got to stop them from voting.
Don't say, hey, there's a group of people that are Somali that are doing fraud. Say, hey, every single Somali must be part of fraud. No, we're
nobody's saying that.
Owners.
You're business owners? Yeah, that's the problem. That's the entire problem.
Being a business owner is extremely tough. Trying to raise kids that are not yours, that are others, is extremely tough as well. But then for people to come and go like, hey, they're not really working, they're just taking free money. If any of us have children here, raising children is not easy. Trying to help them with schoolwork, trying to build their manners is not easy work. So when somebody comes and does that, it's really disheartening. In the community itself, as Minnesota, as Somalis, as people that own this business for 8 years now, we do nothing but to uplift the community, uplift our children, uplift one another, uplift non-Somalis, uplift Somalis, to make a better community for all of us.
Exactly. That's the problem, is that you guys try to take money, act as a racial interest group, and then not assimilate, not become part of America, but become an enclave inside of a host nation and be as parasitic as you possibly can be. This is it. We got to send these people back. We do. We got to send them back. Like, this is crazy. It's insane. And any of them having fraud, we got to say, yo, bro, leave your shit here. We're keeping it. That's our shit.
When somebody comes in and says, hey, they're not doing it, it's just like if you would have came during operational hours and there's no one here, okay, you got a point. He came, I think it was 11 a.m. Obviously, there's no cars in the parking lot. If you look around, there's cars now. Yeah, because our employees are here.
Wow. I can't believe that. So let me get this straight again. So after there was an investigation into this, you had people come to the place? Oh, my God.
Our clients are here, but don't come.
I've seen 7-year-olds gaslight better than this.
At 10 a.m., they're like, hey, their door's not open. Obviously, our door's not going to be
You can tell he's lying.
We're not open 10 a.m.
It's not even about telling somebody's lying. I mean, it's obvious this is happening. There's so many other points on the graph that show this. Like, anybody that's believing this is a retard. It is. They're complete fucking retards.
Yes! Hell yeah! Hey, come on, baby! Come on!
Wow. Minnesota healthcare company run by Mohammed. But if you say Mario, it's ridiculous.
Well, it was weird. I was looking at my claims and I saw this company called Community
Muhammad Squared
Care Partners in there, and I was like, who are these people?
They were billing her Medicaid.
Day after day.
Billing a lot.
$180. That's a lot of money. That's big money. Turn it up a little bit.
$90.
Week after week.
Same thing.
Month after month.
Until you saw their name on your insurance billing, had you ever heard of this company?
No. This company, Community Care Partners, has never worked with me in any way, shape, or form.
And they're just billing her
I don't know
over
who
and
you
over.
are.
Who are Community Care Partners?
It's because they don't have surnames, so they use their grandfather's name as a surname? Really? Huh, that's interesting. I didn't know that.
Their website says they provide ARMS. ARMS is the acronym for Adult Rehabilitative Mental Health Services, a Medicaid program overseen by the Minnesota Department of Human Services that helps an individual develop and enhance psychiatric stability.
I've never received any type of armed services.
Online.
So they're charging her for shit she didn't even do.
Online, Community Care Partners solicits referrals with very detailed information requested. The exact info you'd need to start billing someone's Medicaid.
It's my last one.
When you click on Meet Our Team, you get a page with no information.
Oh!
It does say, find us at our working location in St. Anthony.
What about
Let's go see if Community Care Partners is actually here.
So Care 11 set out to do just that.
This is the address. It says it's Suite 312.
We found a small sign on a door and a mailbox, but no one answered.
Doesn't look like anybody's actually here. It's 1:45, so we're in the middle of the day during business hours.
Yeah, sure.
The Secretary of State
So
website.
it's 1:35. Oh, guys, wait a minute. I already know what, the idiots on Twitter are going to say. Oh, well, they were out during lunch. You went during lunch in order to make them look bad. And I'm sure you also had them, you infiltrated their system and charged this woman a bunch of times also to make them look bad.
Listed a manager. When Care 11 contacted her, she provided evidence that she sold the business in December 2023.
That's going to be the
That
ones in
sale
Texas.
Happened before the ghost billing to Erna's insurance started, and the timing raises even further questions. State Medicaid data reveals Community Care Partners billed just $20,000 in 2022 and $10,000 in 2023.
Okay, so kind of
However,
losing business.
In 2024,
this is like one of those things where like they're comparing the size of planets, right? And it's like, okay, if you think the sun is big, there's like this other planet that's like fucking, it's like the sun's like 1 pixel next to this planet, right?
New ownership, the company's Medicaid billing didn't just grow, it exploded by nearly 7,000% to
That's more than Diablo Immortal. This is serious.
Than $700,000.
Wow.
And at least in Erna's case, the money was paid when no services were provided.
To be blunt, you feel like fraud was committed?
Oh, absolutely. There's no way it was not committed.
Eventually, Care 11 received an email from one of the current...
Over $1 trillion, I think we lose every year to fraud that benefits primarily low-income immigrants and illegals. And also citizens, too. Like, there are some native-born... It's not like all the immigrants are doing everything bad. There's also our citizens are also doing bad shit, too.
Owners.
At least think about that, $1 trillion.
Refused to participate in an interview, but acknowledged fraudulent billing. He wrote that when they learned of a client's allegations, we immediately conducted an internal review and, that same day, terminated the staff member involved.
Ah, for sure, right? And then you rehired him the day after.
But first things first, I'm actually so shocked that Trump is attacking us. I think Trump should be thanking us in multiple ways, and I'm going to explain.
For what?
First things first, I think we are a good example of what the American dream can look like.
You're right. The only problem is that we have to pay for it. No, it's a great point. Like, you should look at the way that Somalians live in Minnesota and realize that that should be you. That should be you. No, it's a great point. Yeah. No, this should absolutely be you. 100%.
Like, Somali Americans And it's making me sad and it's funny. Like, I know Somali who are very funny. We're like the class clan who also happens to be valedictorian. Somalis in Minnesota are so successful.
Valedictorian, isn't the IQ of Somalia like in the 60s over there? Like, what do you mean valedictorian? I don't know about that.
I take multiple trips a year to Minnesota and I leave so inspired. You have Somali-owned law firms, Somali-owned pharmacies, Somali-owned everything you can think of, and it's...
That's what I was saying. There's scams everywhere. Scams everywhere. It's not just one. It's not like daycare is the only place. Well, what do y'all think the probability is that the daycare is the only place they're scamming, right? I mean, really, what are we doing here? What are we doing? We really think that daycare is the only place that's happening? Nah, bro, like it's everywhere. It's everywhere.
So inspiring to see that what my community could do in just 30 years. Literally, we came to this country not speaking English, not knowing anything. We're Black, Muslim, we're immigrant, and we're
and you still don't. A lot of y'all still don't speak English.
To be that successful, it should be really applauded.
No, you guys are not that successful in Minnesota. 89% of immigrant Somali households are on some type of welfare.
It's time for you guys to go. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. The jig's up. It's been fun. You had a great 30 years. It's been a great run, guys. You know, and I gotta respect them in a way, right? I mean, y'all really just came in here, put your dick on the table and said, listen, bitch, this is the way it's gonna be. And some people listened. They did. And they shouldn't have, but they did. But it's over now. Let's go ahead. We gotta move back. We gotta go beyond this.
Look above my head, you'll see that.
And also, here's another component. This is really important. A lot of these low-income immigrant populations that are like other, like besides Somalians, like, you know, like people from South America, they're doing the same thing. It's not like Somalians are like the monopolizers of scams. They're not but the monopolizers of coming to America and living off of American fucking taxpayers, right? This is happening everywhere. It's a completely unsustainable situation. It's not. Even Canada is deporting people. We don't want them. I don't believe Canada is deporting anybody. But how do they get over here and know how to rig our system? Because it's easy. They get enabled by doing it, and there are some people that are Americans that work with them to make it easier for them. So, like, they might have an in inside of, like, some administration or some government office, and so they work with that person in order to do things. That's generally what happens.
Are on cash. If we go over to food stamps, you'll see that 62%
oh my God.
are on food stamps.
Yeah, you look at this, right? 28% of Medicaid. So, like, again, I don't see how this is there's no other solution to this other than mass deporting all of them. All of these people that are on welfare should be, every single one of them should be deported. Every single one. Deport them, deport their family, deport their kids. They're all going back. Absolutely. And by the way, anybody who doesn't have this viewpoint, do not vote for them. Stay home until this is on the table. Because this should be on the table. This should be the entire table. So until that happens, I mean, there's no reason to even go out and vote. Really, there's no reason to go out and vote for any reason. Yeah, I mean, what is this?
If we go to Medicaid, you'll see that 86% are on Medicaid.
Seize everything they have, too? I wouldn't seize everything they have unless they're criminals. If they're criminals and they have any sort of history of fraud or anything like that, then I would seize all of their assets and then send them back with nothing. That is what I would do. But, and they should be lucky. They're getting sent back. I think that's pretty nice, right? I mean, we're a reasonable group of people. All right, guys, yep, you had your fun. Now it's time to go home. Yeah, I mean, you do this in another country, you're not going back, right? And so I'm a nice guy. What can I say? So, yeah, seize it 3 times. Exactly, it's fraud. It is. That's going to change. It isn't complicated. Fraud plus government oversight failure equals inside jobs. Yeah.
So 89% of Somali immigrant families that have children are on some type of welfare in the United States.
Yeah, they're parasites. The fuck are, what else could they be?
89%.
It's ridiculous.
And this is coming from the Center for Immigration Studies.
Yeah.
Now, in the vast majority of cases, if someone is on Medicaid, they are a net recipient in tax dollars. Meaning the
Y'all see
value of
this?
the benefits they receive from the government is more than they
Wait. Let me listen to that again. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
Medicaid. They are a net recipient in tax
A
dollars.
net recipient. So a net recipient means a net negative.
Meaning the value of the benefits they receive from the government is more than they pay into the federal tax system.
There you go.
Again, that means they're a net recipient.
Yep.
They are taking from the system more than they're contributing to.
That's right. And you don't even know how bad it is because you're not counting the other things that they do that cost us money.
So essentially 9 out of 10 Somali immigrant families that have children are taking more in dollars than they are giving to our federal tax system.
Let's hear that again.
They are taking from the system, contributing to the system. So essentially 9 out of 10 Somali immigrant families that have children are taking more in dollars than they are giving to our federal tax system.
Isn't this a joke? This is crazy, right? Y'all believe that? Wow.
I wouldn't.
It's like, what a surprise that a bunch of people from some shithole somewhere, they come over here, they don't do anything. Wow. What a surprise. Who could have guessed?
Find that as success.
Mm-hmm.
Let's keep it real. We should also be paying attention to this and just not ignoring it. But let's go back. Look at the light gray. It says Somali immigrant households with children over 10 years in the U.S. So these families have had over 10 years in the United States.
That's a long
and
time.
There's only a 3% difference in the amount that are on Medicaid and not.
Well, I mean, who gives a shit? The thing is that, like, if any of them are out there, they should be gone. Hasn't the Somali GDP gone up like 10 billion? Well, if it has, I think I might know why. In what universe can someone justify that as a good thing? Well, the reason why people justify it, so you have to understand that it's not complicated, right? Like this is not like there's not a huge elaborate tapestry of incentives and goals and methods. No, it's actually really simple. The reason why they think it's okay is because these people are not white and they have the people that are doing it think that these people will vote for their policies. If these people don't like immigrants, if it was a bunch of Russian immigrants that love Donald Trump, they'd be saying to kick them all out. Like, they're only voting for these Somalians, and they only want these Somalians in the country because what they do is they effectively give them more votes. That's it. It's just they're doing it for votes. I mean, there you go. Why isn't Trump doing anything about it? Because Trump is a talker. Trump is a great bullshitter. He is a great guy to have to tell jokes at like at a wedding, right? He's amazing for that. But the problem is that whenever it gets down to brass tacks and it comes down to really executing something in the most direct way possible, he really just drops the ball. He does. He drops the ball. And I think that's the big reason why I didn't vote for him. Because I saw this happen in his first term. He came in, guns blazing. I'm going to build the wall. I'm going to put all these people in jail. We're going to drain the swamp. None of this happened. So really, whenever he ran the second time, I said, okay, well, this guy's better than Kamala Harris, sure. But like, I don't really think that's a good frame of reference. That bitch was retarded. So really, I mean, I didn't feel like, I would have rather had him than her, sure. But realistically, both of them were not what I wanted. So that's what I would say. That's been all talk, but then I didn't vote. No, I think that I'm one of the only people that isn't all talk, because whenever you resign yourself down to choosing between the lesser of two evils, you now have effectively let them win the game. You have now let them go through in another election cycle, getting a reward for doing nothing. And that's my outlook on it, right? That's what I think. And so when I hear that, I don't look at that at all. Millionaire luxury belief? It's absolutely not. And again, I don't think that anybody should or shouldn't vote for anything that they believe, but I don't believe it's a luxury belief at all. And I'll explain the reason why. It's because really, people voting for the lesser of two evils, the only thing that's done over the last years is it's just made everybody's life worse. So how is it that, like, oh my God, this is a luxury belief when I'm the only person that's saying that, hey, look, guys, look, the graph is going down. The graph is going down. And they said, well, what if we don't vote for the one, maybe it'll go down faster. That's the worst argument that you could possibly have. Why don't you be a little bit more positive? Think about what would happen if the graph went up. Can you imagine that? You could go up. Not voting doesn't change anything either. It does. If enough people choose not to vote, and they also choose candidates that represent their viewpoints. I mean, I also do support candidates that represent what my viewpoints are. I don't think it's like one thing or another, okay? But my point is that I don't think that you should ever allow yourself to be corralled into the idea, I have to choose the lesser of two evils thing. But not voting won't stop them because all the retards will have enough votes for the bad candidate. I know, and the bad candidate needs to win. Bad candidates need to win in order for, so this is, let me finish this video and I'm gonna explain the reason why, okay? Let me finish that. Let me do this first.
So after they've been in the U.S. for 10 plus years, 83% of these Somali immigrant families with children are still on Medicaid.
10 years we're paying for these fuckers. 10 years. Can you imagine that? Oh my God. We want to talk about sending money to Israel. We're sending money to Somalia too.
Again, that is not success.
Like, let me look this up, right? How much money goes to Israel in foreign aid every year? So 6 million? No, I actually wait. No, it's more than 6 million. It's way more. 3.8 billion in military aid. So 500 million in cooperative missile systems. So for 2025, it's 3.8 billion. So just so you guys can understand this, everybody is up in arms and furious about Israel getting aid. And I agree with you guys. I think that it's a bad thing. But compare that to the fraud in just Minnesota. That's it. You see what I'm saying? Annually, yes. Yes, Israel's going, yeah, it's not that much. No, it's not a huge amount of money. Now, that we know of, I know. But what do you think the fraud is also that we know of? Of course. So, yeah, definitely. And doesn't Israel give any money to the USA? No, not a whole lot, right? But anyway, that's the way I see this stuff, right? And let me go back. Where the hell to go? Yeah, there it is.
And that's not being racist or hating. That's just reality.
That's the way it is.
So please do not come preaching in our face something that is not true. Anyway, that's all I got for now, guys. Just a reminder, free email newsletter. Send it out every morning. The link is in my bio. It's a great place to get direct information from me. And I go more in detail there than I do in many of these videos. So the link's in my profile.
This is a good video.
When you click it, you'll see the screen right here. Just drop your email in, hit subscribe, and you'll be good to go. That's it for now. I'll see you in the next one.
Yeah, no, it was a good video. I like that. I appreciate that. That was great. That's not how USAID works for Israel. All I'm saying, listen, I don't want to hear your fucking explanation. I don't want to hear your, oh, well, actually, my point is that everybody gets up in arms about the amount of money that we send to Israel. And yeah, we shouldn't be sending money to Israel. But my point is that we're sending money to all these other countries too through fraud. That's it. And so that's really my main point. Why do bad candidates need to win? So let me explain the reason why we need to allow bad candidates to win, okay? So basically, we need to have a platform, like this is my outlook on it. This is what I think that should happen. Completely closed borders, no illegal aliens. Every single illegal alien is deported out of the country and having their assets seized on the way out. Unless you self-deport, then you can keep it and come back. And if you don't, we take all of their assets, take their house, take their car, take all their money, debank them, take everything they have. Then on top of that, every non-net positive immigrant is deported out of the country. Every citizen, non-positive, net positive, is denaturalized and deported. Every person who is involved in any degree of corruption or any of this Epstein stuff is brought up on trial. Any of these judges that are ruling to let any of these violent criminals go out, if any of these violent criminals come out and they, commit another crime, the judge gets charged as being an accessory to that crime. Judge goes to jail too. And let's see, besides that, I think that would really be about it. Like, that would be the beginning of it, right? And so until you have a candidate that's willing to do those things and embody those principles, you should stay home and vote. And not vote, I mean. And the reason, I'm going to explain the reason why. It's not happening, it'll happen. People said it's not. People said doing mass deportations was not happening 10 years ago, and now it's happening, right? It's not happening as much as I think it should, but it is happening. So this entire idea that, oh, there's no way it's going to happen, it can easily happen. So you just have to make things bad enough. And so whenever things get really bad, people will choose extreme solutions. And the problem right now is that enough people are comfortable to where basically it's not that big of a deal to them. they don't really care too much about it. It's like, yeah, it's annoying, it's bad, but, you know, at the end of the day, it's not the end of the world. So, you know, their life goes on and everything is okay. But the main solution and the main thing that needs to happen is that as soon as those people, their daily lives are ruined, this is a millionaire take? No, it's actually the opposite. It's totally the opposite. Because I see this and I understand it right now. Like, I don't need to have this proven to me, but I think that there's a lot of dumb, average Americans out there that have to see their quality of life go down by these consequences of these policies in order to realize that they need to take decisive and extreme action to solve the problem. Is this the...
How you doing, man?
I just want to ask you.
Yes, sir.
Why are you sensationalizing the propaganda?
What are we sensationalizing?
To attack our community. What's your final objective?
We're not attacking your community by any means.
Are you making good money from this?
We're looking for fraud.
No,
For instance, can you answer our question? Where's Safari Transportation Company 607?
1 second.
It's not there.
How much money are you? How much money are you making?
Dreamline Security.
How much money are you making
I make
off
money
of
off
this?
of YouTube. That's how I make my money.
Exactly. So you're making money off of sensationalizing.
That's my job.
And attacking the Somali community.
I'm not attacking you guys. We're asking.
I'll tell you the reason why this is happening. All right. Let me tell you the reason why you're attacking this.
Correct?
Yes.
Has nothing to do.
And it's really important that you guys keep this in mind because these people act like a voting bloc. While they are encouraging other people not to be racist against them, they are completely racist. This is a complete own group and out group bias. They're defending fraud because it's being done by people that look like them. That's what's happening. It's obvious.
With race?
They're aggressively tribalist. They are.
It has to do with us being Muslim.
No, it does not.
All right, and us being from Africa.
Uh-huh.
This is a constitutional argument. If you don't want us here...
Never let these people invoke the Constitution against you. They don't care about the Constitution. They don't give a shit about it. They only care about the Constitution to the extent that they can weaponize it against you to further steal and become parasites in your country. They don't care about it. They don't give a shit about it. Do not even engage in the argument. By engaging with the argument, you lose.
This streamer went from being nominated for the best breakout streamer at the Streamer Awards to being banned on Twitch all within a month. And as of right now, he's one of the most confusing cases of a dude who's been given a massive opportunity but is completely squandering it for nothing. Because who in their right mind would do this to someone while live for thousands of people?
God, we should get this to somebody. Have a beautiful day.
You too?
I got it for you.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you so much.
God bless you.
Did you already pay for them?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, thank you.
All right, have a good day. God bless you.
All right, bye-bye.
Again, why? But that moment inspired a poorly landed joke at the Streamer Awards.
Question.
Yo.
What's the coolest thing you've ever stolen? Don't answer the test. It's a test. Rakai. Don't answer it. Don't answer it. Take his mic.
Well, that joke becomes relevant to his crash out later on in this video, but this is the Twitch streamer by the name of Rakai, a 17-year-old kid who gained popularity by being known as Kai Cenat's son and being a graduate of the Streamer University. But it's safe to say that Rakai has made quite a name for himself during his relatively short streaming career, as he's heavily associated to the streaming group AMP and their leader Kai Cenat. So even though he's been posting on YouTube since 2016, he didn't break into the streaming scene until the very end of 2023. But just as fast as he blew up, Rakai landed himself in hot water for multiple incidents and reportedly ended up getting himself banned from Twitch for 2 years, which is crazy if that's actually real, because originally he was supposed to be banned for like 2 weeks. And obviously since then there's been nonstop speculation about what actually led to the ban and if the consequences were fair or not. No one, not even Rakai himself, seems to be able to agree on what the final straw was or how long the ban actually was going to last. Because in fact, according to some sources, it's possible that this is a Twitch error and Rakai can actually get his channel back next week. Who knows what will happen, but as of right now, it says 2 years. You know, because you gotta love how vague the Twitch bans are. You have some creators that probably don't deserve a permanent ban, who are just banned forever, and you have others who maybe do deserve a longer ban, but suddenly they just hit that quick revive and they're back like nothing ever happened. And what Twitch's role is when they allow underage kids to stream themselves breaking the law and influencing other kids. But as I mentioned previously, He broke into the streaming scene by going viral for claiming that he was Kai Cenat's son, and he was intimidating his chaotic style of content. I don't think anyone with more than like a couple of brain cells believed it was actually true, but Kai ended up bringing him onto his stream via a Discord call.
I'm gonna be honest though. I'm gonna be honest real quick. Yeah. You're a deadbeat father. I'm gonna keep up. You're a deadbeat. You just now see me like that. You're not your son. You are my dad.
Right. Okay, so I guess because Kai was involved, these clips went viral. And Kai made the decision to capitalize on this moment and invited Rakai to participate in the Mafiathon 2, which is a 30-day live subathon hosted by Kai and Amp back in November of 2024, just a year after Rakai started streaming. And this obviously made his career, but Rakai was still streaming in front of a computer and had yet to cross the threshold into IRL streaming. So I guess you could say that he was limited in the amount of trouble he could actually get into. Because, you know, screaming and fake beefing, they're pretty standard when it comes to streamers for these days, especially during an event like Mafiathon. So Rakai quickly gained a pretty loyal fan base. But what also helped is, I'm assuming he's the same age as the average Amp fan, so he's likely more relatable to them. But it doesn't seem like Rakai wasted any of the opportunities, and he kept actually creating content on every platform he could. He was cementing himself as a core member of the group and growing his viewer base. He was also asked to move into a house owned by Kai with some other streamers. So at this point in time, it seemed like he was on a fast track to success. He continued to collaborate with other huge creators and had an insanely viral moment when he was recording a song with Plaqueboy Max and spontaneously did this dance to it. And as with most things nowadays, the dance became a TikTok trend, and this led to them recording a song and filming a music video. And this song did very well, so after that, Rakai broke into the mainstream streaming culture and social media in general. Also to the point where NFL players were doing his dance as a touchdown celebrations, so, you know, all of this buzz and attention led him to being nominated for the Breakout Streamer of the Year by QTC Cinderella in her 2025 Streamer Awards, which would be an insane end to the year. The dude was about to be on a generational run. Well, I guess not if he had anything to do with it, because you got banned. And he had all the momentum in the world, but he had to sabotage himself for some reason. And I guess he did so in so many different ways recently. So the alleged culprit of the initial ban was that clip where he tried to bait that woman into stealing flowers. Or, well, we don't know if he successfully did or not, because it seems like she left the store. Again, come on, dude. Clearly, he does not care about her, but like, why wouldn't he care about himself? Like, why risk getting banned from the platform that changed your life for an unfunny joke? Also, meanwhile, like, what would have happened if the woman actually got in trouble? So I mean, that clip overall is just pathetic. But this apparently isn't the first time he scammed someone, because one of the other big scandals is essentially he got into a 1v1 fight with Plix, and that's where he apparently scammed him out of $6,500. So Rakai lost 100-1 in a Fortnite 1v1 against Clicks and simply refused to pay him their wager. And this is one of those situations that I'm kind of like, how is this real? Why is this happening? Because sure, even though he's a rapidly growing streamer and he's probably making a whole bunch of money, why are you wagering with a child? Like, do we really think he's willingly going to give away $6,500 instead of acting defiantly in front of his chat like he normally does?
Money. And guess what? Send me my money right now. Guess what? Kai do owe me, but guess who's not getting money? You ugly. You.
Also, side note, can you even legally wager a bet with a minor? No, it doesn't seem like you can legally do that. So I mean, that's not even enforceable on Clicks. That's honestly just a skill issue on Clicks' part. So I mean, most likely this must have been a bit for attention. Oh, actually, he might have actually been gamble. Okay, wait, I just saw a whole different side to this ban, because a lot of people are saying, oh, he got his ban extended because he scammed Clicks. What if he got his ban extended because he was a minor and he was gambling? Again, this is the problem when Twitch is extremely vague. Yeah, even if that situation was manufactured, just amped up for social media, it still left a bad taste in a lot of people's mouth and preemptively labeled Rakai as a